discuss. We will discuss.
Sure,
about
we will
it.
discuss.
I'll have a seat like this and let you greet everybody.
Yeah, but to get them started,
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Hi. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. Good to see you. Everything's fine?
Yeah, and
Okay.
you?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Yeah.
I know that Peter from our EU team
Yeah.
will.
Hi. Good to see you. Yeah.
Good to see you.
A moment ago.
Ah. Pep. Yeah. Pep. Yeah, like in Finnish is like a Pep. Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks for coming. Yeah. This is okay warm up. That's the reason that today we don't have anything special. And you are speaking also tomorrow, so we have to take good care of. Talking on it by myself. Yeah. Yes. Some internal class because you are then speaking there, I'm speaking there. So it's only okay warm up for tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow is. Tomorrow. Today is not nothing special. So yeah. Jesper is over here. Jens. Jesper is not here.
So Jesper's actually just in the next scribers coming there.
Yeah.
And Jesper Bulgaard is actually in the other room coming in now.
Kristin is over here.
She's just right here, exactly.
Daniel is not here yet. Shall I send a message to him?
Daniel, right?
No,
He's
You met him already?
exactly. Yeah.
He's on. Daniel was here already. He was here already. I heard that. That he was here. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Oh yeah. Okay. Very good. Thanks for coming. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good to having you here. So we will have interesting. Will you stay also tomorrow? You will stay also until tomorrow. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Actually, Rafael told about it. Rafael Caruela. Yeah. He's in our advisory board, so he gave the recommendation. He immediately bought that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Hi. Good to see you. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Because
It's a financing. It's about the financing mechanism. So there's OECD is making the keynote speech and then follow. Yes. We last up till 6. There's a coffee break after your session. And we carry on then, it was 4:30.
okay, until
Yes.
6, and then there was a drink or something.
No, it's on the working program that we are then preparing for tomorrow, so everybody's
Okay,
busy.
so
So
basically there's no drink
that's
after.
it's just like that. It's just like that. Just okay, very straightforward.
I'm not keen on this.
Sorry about that.
I'm not keen on drink. I just wanted your.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you do that now, or do you want to wait?
Let's wait for the okay all to come in. Yeah. Then you can put the session after. Yeah. Let's wait for a bit. Then we can say hello to Danish.
So, is it now open? Just be on time.
Ah.
Please arrive, and then obviously there's always
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. Jens is over here, or is it? No.
Yes, Jens arrived. Did you say Jens?
Jens.
Yeah.
No, he's not Jens.
No, Jens is this gentleman just behind Sophie.
Yeah.
Dark green suit and dark green tie.
Jens, and he's one, not one. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He was very happy being engaged and he loved the idea, so actually, that's a great honor. Actually.
Okay. Very good.
Everybody wins.
Very good. And you invited him. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. It's a team.
So I'm pretty sure it's a new role within the New Notice Foundation, meaning they also want to expand their reach.
Sure.
And if you haven't seen it already, I can send
Yeah.
you afterwards. The president actually shares some updates on LinkedIn once a month.
Okay.
And it's really good to have that in mind in terms of
Yeah.
where they're actually focusing, because
Sure.
Africa right now is a global south. Is
Sure.
I don't see.
He said he arrived. Maybe he went on another sea.
So,
What is this room number 9?
19 exactly. And I can walk around there.
Yeah, and you recognize him.
Yeah. So, I'll walk
You
up.
recognize him.
Because it's the one with the beard, because he said he has a full beard. Yeah, exactly.
He's as tall as you. As tall as you. Shall we get started then? Yeah. We are missing one speaker, but
Yeah, we're missing speakers, right?
from Brazil, yes. Yeah. We gotta get this done. If you pick up Mikael, can you pick up the Mikael so he can change then? Okay, this. Yeah. Yeah.
How are you?
Good to see you. Yeah. We can have a doctorate break. Yeah. Thanks for coming. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for coming. Yes. I know that you are also speaking tomorrow. Yeah. So we will have this is a good training session. This is the warm up. Sure. Please put it. Yeah. Let's take it after that. We take it afterwards. We can take it afterwards a photo. We can take it afterwards. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, thanks for coming. Yeah.
Hello.
Thanks for coming. I got a good
Sorry,
regards.
I went to the wrong venue.
I know that. Yes.
yeah.
But thanks for coming here and all
No,
good.
thank you for
we got
inviting
the
us.
regards from Vicente.
Very nice place
He
here.
was very good to see you. Yeah. Jukka, nice to see you. Yeah. Okay, we will have a nice cozy discussion here.
Yeah.
You know the topic?
Yeah. Like kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Yes. And you
Nok så for os,
university. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Okay, you will meet the people from the
Yeah, I'll be
Copenhagen
there.
University.
Sure.
Yes. All good. Yeah.
Sure.
Just take a seat. Like
Yeah,
here.
thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, Sophie. All right. Please be seated. Okay. We are already live, so let's get started. And thanks for coming to this World Bioeconomy Roundtable. And my name is Jukka Kantola, and I'm the chair of the World Bioeconomy Association. We are so happy to have you here with us here in this room, and this is also broadcasted, so you can also revisit that program afterwards on that what we were saying here. So this event is organized in collaboration with the World Bioeconomy Association and Danish Industry and DI Biosolution and European Biosolution. So thanks for Sophie and thanks to Mikael to have us in here in this location. So this is sort of, I would say, warm-up session for tomorrow, because most of you know that yesterday, not on Thursday, sorry, it was weekend. Thursday, the EU Bioeconomy Strategy update was launched. And tomorrow there's boosting a mainstream bioeconomy event here in Copenhagen. It will be organized by the EU Council President Denmark together with EU Commission. I think most of you will be also on that occasion. I would say that we are living quite pivotal moment for the bioeconomy at this point of time. There has been a lot of taking place not only in the EU but also in the global arenas. We are also hearing that, thanks to Daniel, to coming from Brazil, there the COP30 just finished, and for the very first time, the bioeconomy was on official agenda with the climate convention. Never ever happened like that. So this is really the right direction to go. And the year before, it was the G20, where again Brazil introduced bioeconomy as an official topic for the G20 discussions. So in that respect, all good, and it will be carried on. We will hear more on that through Daniel's presentation. What we talk today in this roundtable, I think that we are hearing the latest global developments shaping the bioeconomy, as already said, what will happen within the climate COP. The story carries on. It goes beyond the Belém, because there's now the bioeconomy challenge, which was introduced 2 weeks ago in Belém, and the intention of that is to keep up the bioeconomy also within the upcoming climate COPs. We are also discussing enabling conditions required to scale bio-based industries and solutions. I think we are discussing that in our session 1, which is focusing on the businesses, and then also in the second session, there we are focusing on the financial mechanisms within the bioeconomy. And then certainly we are having here some business leaders. I hope that we are hearing what kind of challenges, what kind of opportunities they do exist within this fascinating sector. And also from the industry policymakers, financiers, that where do we stand at this point of time within the bioeconomy, and be prepared for tomorrow's session. We try to capture this all within our declaration. I think many of you have seen at least some versions of it. That was version number 13 that we shared during the weekend. And this is trying to capture that what has been discussed within the bioeconomy during this specific year 2025. And it also contains some recommendation for the EU Bioeconomy Strategy update. If you are having an interest, you can show your endorsement on it. We are not talking on behalf of you. This is documentation made by this World Bioeconomy Roundtable Advisory Board. So it's reflecting the ideas of that group and also DI Biosolution. But if you'd like to endorse it, please let us then know, and we could then adhere your logos into this declaration. This declaration will be shared during the coffee break, and it will be published during the coffee break. So that's what we have. Yeah, without any further ado, let's move on in the program. And we have two distinct opening speakers. So I'd like to introduce first Mr. Niels Kötte, who is head of the division at the Danish Agency for Higher Education and Science. Niels is responsible for leading Denmark's implementation of EU research and innovation policy across the bioeconomy. He has played a central role in numerous international initiatives over the past decade, particularly in food and bio-based research. He has chaired the governing board of the FACCE Joint Programming Initiative and represents Denmark in several major European bodies, including Horizon Europe Cluster 6 Program Committee, the Standing Committee on Agricultural Research, the CBE Joint Undertaking, and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. With this word, Niels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jukka. Hope you can hear me. But yes, you have introduced myself.
It's only for online audience,
okay,
so
great. Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Niels Kötte. I'm from the Danish Ministry for Higher Education and Science. And as Jukka said, I'm responsible for bioeconomy, environmental issues, and I'm also a member of the program committee and the CBE States Representatives Group. So first, I would say a warm welcome to Danish industry and to the World Bioeconomy Association for hosting this event here today. I think it's very, very good timing because tomorrow, as you mentioned, we will have the Danish Presidency conference also here in Copenhagen, where we will have a more in-depth introduction about what is in the new bioeconomy strategy, which was launched last week, last Thursday, and which I think most of you maybe already have seen. It's published on the Commission's website. Bioeconomy is in the focus at the moment. You also mentioned the COP30, Jukka, which took place here a couple of weeks ago in Belém in Brazil, and I think we are very interested also, I'm very interested to hear today, but it's really the ideas which came out of that meeting. The new strategy has a lot of elements, but the international dimension is something which is also mentioned, and I think that's something that we are going to work on. I think many things are happening, both within the G20 and now in Belém, in FAO and other fora. And I'm sure that would be something that we have also at the European level to see more into how we can connect to the world outside. I think the new strategy will have something which will maybe put a little bit more stress on European matters than what we did maybe in the past. But I'm sure that the cooperation with countries outside Europe is something that we will keep on having a focus on and develop. To work with a strategy is not something new. Some of you can maybe remember that back in time, 2012, the first strategy was in fact introduced here in Copenhagen in March 2012. At that time, I was also involved. That was really the beginning of a more strategic approach to bioeconomy in Europe. Yes, we have Lene with us today, and I think also Christian Parterman, who is also following it online. He was also involved in that strategy, and at that time it was Maja Rode, Christian, who was from the Commission. At that time, she was heading the RTD bioeconomy section. So that was the first strategic approach, which at that time was followed up with a very concrete action plan. This time, I think the actions which are in the strategy, they are not so precisely described as they were at that time, because at that time we introduced a European bioeconomy panel. We introduced also the joint undertaking and a lot of other initiatives. But also this time, I'm sure that there will be a lot of things that we have to work on, and I'll not go into details with the strategy today, but I think tomorrow you will hear much more, and also hear some of the ideas that the Commission will bring forward. Bioeconomy is something which has a big interest here in Denmark. We have been working with bioeconomy for many years. Also, even before that, I think that the word was invented in the Commission. We worked with life science and biotechnology, non-food. You remember, Lene, we talked about that also. So a lot of these ideas that we have now in the bioeconomy is something that we have been working on in Denmark, and that's also because we have great companies in Denmark which has an interest in this area. So therefore I also believe that when it comes to the implementation of the new strategy, that you will see Denmark playing a central role and being very interested also to implement it in a good way. And one of the things that the strategy will focus on is upscaling innovation and how that we can maybe make it easier to make business in Europe in that area. So I think I will stop here and again say thank you very much for attending here this meeting today, and I hope very much to see many of you tomorrow here at the conference in the University of Copenhagen. Thank you.
Thanks, Niels. Okay, thanks, Niels. Okay, thanks for your introduction words and reminding about tomorrow's event. Most of us will be there. Let's carry on. And now we have Sophie Karsten Nielsen, who is director of DI Biosolution and director of the European Biosolution Coalition. Sophie leads the European Biosolution Coalition, bringing together 13 national industry organizations to promote and strengthen the biosolution sector across Europe. Prior to her current roles, she served more than a decade in Danish politics, including the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. So within these words, Sophie, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, welcome to Danish industry. We're in this corner here because the whole house is occupied by Presidency conferences. You have a problem? No? Good. Always looking to Michael for problems. But welcome. Ja? Skal jeg hvad? Det skal jeg gøre. Det var det, der var problemet. Works now? Yeah. Oops. So good. Welcome to Danish Industry. I'll start over because all of the people online need to hear this as well. We're in this corner today because the whole house is filled with presidency conferences. It's the first day of the last month of this EU presidency for Denmark. And here in Danish Industry, we have been immensely involved in the presidency, both hosting roundtables like this, huge conferences, ministerial dinners, one on biosolutions back in July for all the ministers for business and growth, in order for them to really engage in the bioeconomy and biosolutions. And I have to be frank, along with the ministry employees, and say I'm kind of looking forward for it to end. But it's also been really great because at least they have really put a lot of focus on the subject that we're here for today. They really pushed the agenda, and we're happy for that in Danish Industry. As said, I'm the director of DI Biosolutions. That's an industry community within the bigger industry community of Danish Industry, representing all the biosolutions companies, and it's a growing number. Even if we're a small community here, it's really a growing number in Denmark, as it is in many, many other European countries, which is why I'm also the director for the European Biosolutions Coalition, a coalition of industry organizations promoting biosolutions across Europe, not least to try and ensure faster market access in Europe for many, many more of those solutions. Because yes, we're very happy with the bioeconomy strategy, but to be frank, we cannot wait another 13 years for a new strategy or new promises. It's 13 years since we had the first strategy. We need to speak about implementation and acts now, and I'm sure you agree, all of you whom I respect deeply, who've been working with this area for many, many more years. But for me, as a newcomer into this area 2.5 years ago, coming from politics and policy, I have a history working with engineers and the EU before politics. But even that, it's like coming into this hidden gem of companies and experts who've not really been promoted enough outside of the bioeconomy bubble. That happens to many areas, but you have a lot going on for you, so it really needs to be promoted much wider, which is happening now, as I see it, both with the bioeconomy strategy and hopefully with the coming biotech acts, because Europe is the hub for research and development in biosolutions and the bioeconomy. I really hope that Christian Petermann is online out there. To me, he was introduced a few years ago as the father of the bioeconomy. But he was a bit disillusioned. You were, Mr. Petermann, back then. I hope you are encouraged now to see all of the stuff happening, because we are a true global powerhouse in Europe in delivering sustainable solutions to all of our challenges. It's just a real dilemma and reason for frustration with us in industry that all of these solutions are born here in Europe, but they tend to grow up outside of Europe. In Brazil, in the US, in India, in China, because it's so hard to get approvals through because you wait too long, and especially if you're a startup or a scale-up, you cannot afford to sit and wait in Europe, because then your investors just simply won't find you. So we need to change that. I hope this is what we're in the midst of. That's at least what we're working for, both in Danish Industry Biosolutions and in the European Biosolutions Coalition. We really strongly recommend, as is said in this strategy, that we invest in this sector in Europe and in paving the way to market for many more solutions. And we are very positive that these very urgent needs are reflected in the EU Bioeconomy Strategy. Yes, we also read it carefully Also the changes from the first leaked versions last week, but it's a strategy. I love strategies. You need a strategy. But we need to walk the talk now, both in the upcoming EU Biotech Acts, because it's a 1 and a 2 now, and in, of course, implementing the strategy. We want European innovation to not just continue to be born here, because we're also afraid that it will stop being born here if we can't get it to grow here anymore. But also, of course, grow up, deliver value to us in Europe, to European farmers, to European citizens, to European consumers, to our green transition, to our geopolitical independence and ability to supply for ourselves. So I think I've made it quite clear, but I hope we need actions now. No more just strategies, actions and implementations. And I hope to see that and get some bits for that tomorrow, of course, as Yuka said, and the next couple of days for the presidency conferences. But also today, as we're warm up to that big splash in the upcoming panels, that we will see both some of the solutions and options for new funding on the table. What we need is to roll them out, and we probably need to work together, at least all of us in this room and many more, to make it happen. I'm looking very much forward to this roundtable today. We're happy to host it here in Danish Industry, along with the World Bioeconomy Association. And of course, to round off this EU presidency with a strong focus on the bioeconomy and on biosolutions, and hopefully on delivering concrete actions in Europe, not just in the coming years, but seriously in the coming months, because we don't have a lot of time to wait for this if we're not to disillusion the companies that I represent, who really want to stay, want to deliver in Europe. They're really purpose-driven, but they also need to be able to run their business. Otherwise, it will be impossible for them to stay in Europe. So that's pretty much the burning platform we're on, and I'm happy that we are putting the focus on it today. Thank you, Yuka.
Thanks for being on these direct words and reminding us why we are here. And do I have a microphone? Yes, I have. I have a long speech, but I have a look on the watch, so I have to squeeze. And many points you already mentioned, and I think okay, Daniel will also mention. But maybe I take the liberty to say that by my own words. Okay, really indeed that okay, very shortly. I think that okay, during the past 5 years, that okay, the bioeconomy has increased on global arenas. That's really the case. If you have a look at the time 5 years back, it was not discussed in the G20. It was not discussed in the COP30, and on top of that, there is now a global understanding or comprehension on bioeconomy. There are these high-level principles, 10 points, which has been addressed, and it's very smartly written paper. If you haven't had a look at, I really encourage you all to have a look on that, because it's having an interlinked to NATO global phenomena like, okay, what about the climate change mitigation, what about the biodiversity, what about the socioeconomics, and it's all written within the 1A4. It's very smartly written, and it was adopted okay, year ago during the Brazil presidency, and at least with the World Bioeconomy Association, we are very much encouraging also the EU to having a look on that the content of it, that we don't need to reinvent the wheel again. We have to remember that okay, G20 accounts 80% of the all economical activities. It accounts about 80% of the all carbon emissions, and in a way that okay, if there's okay, a lot of the efforts was taken on that, so that could be then okay, somehow adapted within the upcoming the biotech acts, as was said by Sophie. The another point I'd like to make, and we can discuss here in the roundtable, the biotech itself. If you now have a look on the definition, and we all are facing these terminology challenges, that how they are interpreted. Here in the EU is that so that the biotech is very much linked to bioresources and biomass. And on the other hand, we have some constraints with the biomass. Are we making it even worse that we are only linking the biotech into bioresources and land use? Whereas rest of the world do see biotech more sort of open for the feedstocks. For example, CO2, nothing to do with the biogas CO2, just the CO2. Because in the end of the day, is it so that the atmosphere do care that less carbon better? It doesn't matter where does it come from. So in that respect, I think that maybe we can discuss that during the coffee break. We don't have that within our declaration, but maybe remind the BC, that's the open poll to all of you. Maybe we can have a discuss. But okay, that was my short speech, and let's carry on to the panel discussion, or actually the presentation. And I'd like to hand it over down this floor to Ludo Diels, who is moderating this session. Ludo has been a member of the advisory board for the World Bioeconomy Association right from the beginning, since 2018, when we still had the forum. He is also senior advisor at Vito and portfolio manager of the advisory and programming group of Process for Planet. So, within the verse, Ludo, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jukka, and thank you for these opening words for this very nice event, and on preparing also the event of tomorrow. Today we will speak about corporate leaders session, and this will try to discuss bridging the business and policy and enabling conditions for this scale up. And so in order to prepare this discussion, we will first move to a keynote speech. And it was mentioned already many times this afternoon. So it started some time ago with the G20, with the principles of bioeconomy, with the G20 initiative on bioeconomy. Then it moved on to the COP in Belém. And in that way, it is really a pleasure to invite for a short keynote speech Daniel Boira-Lodetti from who is the head of sustainable development at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. Daniel, you can. Do you know how it works? Yeah, and you have to put. Yeah, Daniel was part of the team that led the creation of the G20 initiative on bioeconomy. He has been a negotiator for Brazilian delegations at really various international forums. I will not mention them all, otherwise we lose too much time. But it's really the perfect person to set the scene, to know where we are with this global approach on the bioeconomy. So he will present us a keynote on the bioeconomy challenge, incorporating bioeconomy as part of the climate convention COP30. And by this, he will show us, and I think that's the most important, the big global momentum for the bioeconomy that we are facing these days, and that we have to take very seriously if we don't want to lose time and so on. So, Daniel, I give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ludo. It's really nice to be here with you. I remember when we started everything in 2023, and one of our first calls was with Jukka, who is really a good person and an expert on this. And then I also met Ludo in a couple of times. So it's really nice to look back. We had all of this multilateral process with G20, BRICS, FAO copy, and now it's really nice to be here with you and see everything we have achieved together, because that's not a Brazilian result, that's a world result, right? So I want to talk with you about G20 and then about FAO and what we achieved at copy just last month. So as you know, we created during our G20 presidency the G20 initiative on bioeconomy, which was a milestone because it was the first instance for debate on bioeconomy that we provided governments at G20. So the first time it was one of the main priorities a government brought to G20. And it's interesting also because we try to see bioeconomy in a way to integrate modern science and traditional knowledge. And that was also seen now in Belém COP30, how traditional knowledge is really part of the bioeconomy. And we see this also as a way to answer and to address the global challenge we have to face today regarding poverty, hunger, climate change, and some others. So we G20 members, we agreed on the G20 high-level principles on bioeconomy, which was already mentioned here. And that's also the first document of its kind, the first agreement we have, as Yuka mentioned, with countries and institutions that represent more than 80% of global GDP, but also global emissions. So we see where there are solutions, the problem and solutions. So we have to work for that. And gladly, the South Africa this year kept the GIB and also tried to improve its work. So we are also glad to see that we had 3 very productive meetings in South Africa, and we focused on metrics and standards, and financing, implementation, and more coordination. And of course, on the African context, as it was one of the main priorities for this presidency. We also saw the launch of the Bioeconomy Finance Hub for Africa during this presidency, and proposals for more long-term coordination on bioeconomy. So we kept the work being doing this year, and that's really good to see. But since we launched the GIB last year, we saw many other places working more and more on bioeconomy. We can say that FAO has been working on bioeconomy for some time. It was not just after the G20, but now we see this as a much stronger work, and also because they are using the high-level principles as a basis to see the work advancing, especially on metrics and standards. So we have also launched in October this year, and that's a good place to say that because this is co-chaired by Brazil and the European Union, the Group of Friends on Bioeconomy for Sustainable Food and Agriculture. It's co-chaired by our ambassador in Rome and the EU also ambassador, permanent representative in Rome. And that's a more intergovernmental track to coordinate our work as governments within FAO. And that's also a way to strengthen multilateral coordination regarding sustainable food and agriculture, and how we can see bioeconomy in each of the FAO instances, because we see all of the committees of FAO already working on bioeconomy. So we are trying to coordinate that in a more governmental level. We, of course, also invite all FAO countries to join the Group of Friends. It's open to all FAO members, and but of course, we already have Brazil and the European Union co-chairing this instance. And of course, the most important topic, we just came from Belém at COP30. I see very good similar faces here. We met in Belém and some other new ones. Bioeconomy was one of the main topics, especially in the action agenda, because for the very first time, we had 2 thematic days dedicated to bioeconomy. And we had one of the main objectives at the action agenda, especially for bioeconomy and biotechnology. As you said, Yuka, biotechnology is also another important part of it. We also had the special envoy for bioeconomy and climate for the first time, which is Marcelo Bear, a very important person from the private sector. And it's also good to be here in the House of Industry, right? Because we see that the private sector is totally important, and it has to be with us on that to advance bioeconomy. So we launched at COP30 the Bioeconomy Challenge. And what's that and why, and how does it work with the group of friends or GIB, for example? The Bioeconomy Challenge is much more a multi-stakeholder platform designed to last for 3 years and to engage the private sector, academia, civil society. We launched this as part of the key objective 29 of the COP30 action agenda, which I mentioned, which is bioeconomy and biotechnology. And that's more multi-stakeholder because we say that COP30 is a COP for implementation. So the way to implement our agreements we have already reached is engaging people, engaging civil society, private sector, industry, etc. So the challenge is focused on that, to translate the high-level principles we have achieved in a governmental level to the, I can say, real world of business, civil society, etc. So we have 4 working groups, one on metrics and indicators, led by the FAO, and one on finance, led by IDB, represented here by my colleague Katia, one on market and trade development, led by Ankita, and the last one on social bioeconomy, led by the WRI. So these are the 4 main topics for the next 3 years for the Bioeconomy Challenge. We, of course, want to have more engagement, including from industry. So we also invite all here to take note of this piece of information and be part of the Bioeconomy Challenge. That would be really good. So the idea here is interesting because we see, I'm a multilateralist diplomat, we see the multilateralism with very big challenge today. But we see this and the bioeconomy is just growing despite of the challenge multilateralism is facing. So it's curious how the topic is engaging people, is engaging actors, and it's also nice we saw that launch at COP in Berlin. So it's really passionate. The more we learn, the more we are engaged with the topic. It's really nice. So that's the Bioeconomy Challenge, and we see this very big events Brazil hosted, starting with G20, and then we had BRICS and COP30 as a way to make the bioeconomy grow also. So we just finished the last big one, COP30, but of course the presidency is for this year also. We just began the presidency for COP, and but we want to work more, we want to have more. So it's nice to be here to exchange views with you, really good partners, and thank you again for invitation. And of course, we will have very good days of discussions in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, you can take a seat. We will go for the questions at the end of,
do I take it up?
Of the session. And you have to remove your... So I think it was very clear that this bioeconomy challenge is really going for action. And it was mentioned also by Sophie, we need action. In the meantime, we have also the strategy of Europe, but there again, we need action. And this is really the topic of the first panel that we will introduce now. This first panel is a panel of leaders from industry and policy, and they will share their perspectives on enabling frameworks, competitiveness, and the pathways to scale up. We will first invite them person by person to take the floor and to give in about 5 minutes their first vision on how to scale up, how to improve, and how to take action. And then we will start some discussions, and please keep your questions for the end, because we will also leave some time for questions at the end of this session. So let me first introduce you Jesper Burkhardt, who is the CEO of KMC. You will get your mic. KMC is a cooperative owned by the Danish potato farmers. For more than 90 years, the company has been growing, developing and producing potato-based ingredients for the global food industry and is today serving more than 80 countries across the globe. KMC is the market leader in supplying potato starch to the international food industry. Jesper, KMC makes the value chain link between farmers and high added value and products for more than 80 years. So I think we can really look forward to your perspective on how bio-based business can compete globally and scale efficiently. You have the floor.
Thank you for the introduction, Ludo. I will share my perspective on this issue with how we can compete globally and scale efficiently. And this is coming from an industry point of view. And for sure, you're right, we are the link between the farmers. We are owned by farmers, so we know the farmers very, very well. And the link between their production and the high added value in products that industry we are supplying. We have found the way of succeeding in scaling and competing globally. We handle yearly more than 2 million tons of potato. That is 60,000 truckloads of potato, quite a lot. And we are one out of the 3 biggest potato starch groups in the world. We are focused 100% in the food industry. Some of our competitors are also in technical articles. You can use potato starch in paper, in glue, in building materials, etc. In KMC, we biorefine the potatoes into single fragments, and that's one of the secrets behind our business, because we can then bring it into valuable fragments like the starch, of course, but also fibers, protein, etc. If we want to have a success in the food industry, where we are focused, there is not a rule, it's actually a fact. You cannot bring a product into the market if the quality and the taste is not good. That's the number one thing. You can find it a bit amusing, but I can tell you a lot of businesses have tried that, and a lot have failed. So that's the key rule actually in our industry. Another important thing is also when you want to scale up a business, you have from the beginning to have control or access to the raw material. If you don't have that built into your business plan from the beginning, you also risk to fail. You can have a fantastic idea, but if you don't have the access to the raw material, you risk to fail in upscaling. We are owned by farmers, so of course in that position we are in good hands. Another important thing, or the third thing, is think in circularity. Everything in a potato can be used for something. Avoid waste. See your side stream as a beautiful raw material for some other applications. That's one of the key issues in our success, that we don't not only do business based on starch, we use everything in a potato. Even the stones coming into the factory, we know where to sell them, what to use them for. And then the fourth thing, when you are in a business, we should not forget, you need to be agile, you need to be flexible. Even we are a more than 500 million euro business, we have to be agile and flexible, specific in these years. The market is dynamic. Not only the market, just think of Russia crisis, US tariffs, energy crisis, competitors, and all these things. So you have to keep being agile, else you can't succeed on the long run. I will come to obstacles later on.
Great.
Because there are also obstacles in
That's
our
why
business,
we are
of course.
here.
Yes. So, yes, that was my view on scaling up the business.
Thank you so much. so the suspense comes later with the obstacles. Thank you so much. And it's nice to produce a product that has an excellent taste, but also the price must be accordingly. And so I think that's also a point for the second panel that we will listen to. You can stay here, but I invite the second speaker of this first panel, which is Martin Langer. He is the Managing Director and Executive Vice President of Brain Biotech AG in Germany. Dr. Martin Langer studied biology in Darmstadt, Karlsruhe and Adelaide, and he has been working since 1995 with Brain in different positions. And in January 2023, he was appointed Managing Director Bioscience Operations, and as such is he responsible for the contract research business. What is important is Martin is member of the German Dialogue platform, consulting the German government around bioeconomy topics. And in that way, I think really you are a very interesting key voice in industrial biotechnology. Martin, I invite you to share your insights on translating innovation into industrial growth. And we move from agriculture, if I can say, more to the biotech, biofoundry business, etc. So another aspect in the bioeconomy. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ludo. Thank you, Jukka, for the invitation. Thank you for the Dansk industry. Right? Dansk industry. Wow, I'm learning. I'm approaching with the Danish, but that's about it. Sorry. And of course, thank you, Sophie, for the invitation and for the capability to talk to you here on that floor. As you were saying, I'm active since more than 30 years in a small biotech company. We were founded in 1993, and since then we are doing bioeconomy, although it wasn't named like that in these early days. I think Christian Padermann, who joins here virtually, is obviously also in the room. And he started, I think, bringing in this word in 2007 en route to knowledge-based bioeconomy when he was in the EU Commission working on that topic. So it is 20 years ago since we are talking about, roughly 20 years ago, since we are talking about bioeconomy. And where do I see us today, and where do I see limitations? Let's start with the limitations. I think the limitations are the scaling up. And it's all about money. And Sophie, you were stating that in your speech, and I cannot agree more. It's the need for support to grow our plants. And unfortunately, those companies being involved in this area cannot afford constructing a plant on their own, investing some 100-200 million euros in such a plant, and competing against established industries that do not have that capex in place. There is organizations and governments all over the world supporting that already. Unfortunately, Europe is not leading here in that field, but we can, with that wind that I envision and feel from Brussels at the moment being, I think we can now speed up and bring Europe to the position where it should at least be on a level playing ground with organizations in US or in China or even in Brazil, where the companies start, speeding up as well, which is good because it's a global topic, isn't it? And of course, we need to, in a way, see in Europe that we can achieve that. Why do I see a positive wind from Brussels? We have all read the EU Bioeconomy Strategy that has been published last week. Yes, not all is 100% supported by myself, but I would say 80% of what is written there is perfect and spot on. So let's bring that to the move, as Sophie was saying. I really like the way Denmark takes over that topic. I like your biosolutions vocabulary. I really like it because this is exactly what bioeconomy delivers, biosolutions. Mostly more sustainable than other solutions. And what I also see, and that is why I'm heavily working with the German government, is that currently in Europe some things take place which is called an IPSAI biotechnology. IPSAI is an acronym and it's standing for Interesting Projects of Common European important and interesting. Sorry, yeah, you're right, Sophie. So important project of common European interest. There have been a few, some 10 or 12. And what you can say is that when such an IPSAI is agreed upon, you need some rules to be fulfilled. For example, 4 member states need to agree on such an IPSAI. In our case, it is 10. So 10 out of 27 European member states are willing to push an IPSAI forward. First hurdles have been achieved. We are now back in the national activities, finding money for that. And if you look at those IPSAIs that have been implemented in hydrogen or in other, in red biotech, there's one. In a nutshell, 1/3 of the money was governmental money and 2/3 came from industry. So at the moment being in Germany, and this is a public number that I state here, and the moment being, the German government is heavily looking for 500 million euros for supporting industry. As in the Inflation Reduction Act, it has been done under the Biden administration in the US. And as you were saying, Sophie, European companies, German companies, Danish companies, wherever they were located, went to the US, constructing their sites there and scaling up there. And that is not in my interest. I want to have that investments here in Europe. So let's find the supportive public-private partnership event. In Germany, there is a letter out which has been sent to our Minister of Economics. And in that letter, some 15 or how many it was, companies said that they are willing to invest something in between 800 million and 1.2 billion euros in biotechnology. So with 1/3 from government, we are looking, as I said, for 500 million euros. That should be easy to be found in Germany, I must admit. Okay, and Christian Patermann, I sent him a picture from this audience here, and I was frustrated telling him that I was wishing to see him here. And of course, in a minute, he replied, and he gave me another thought on bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is a chance to maybe bring Europe more resilience. Resilience in terms of food safety, energy safety, and resource efficiency. Let's use it together. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you so much, Martin, for these nice words. And I think this IPSAI is a point that we need to consider the coming weeks or days, especially because also it will help to circumvent a little bit state aid issues in Europe, etc. So in that way, it's extremely important. And we also take the resilience very strongly with us. Speaking about Europe, we move now to Europe. And we have from the European Commission among us, Christine Schreiber. She gained a master's degree from the University of Kent, and she also studied at the College of Europe in Bruges, in my country, in international relations, economics and European law. And she worked as researcher on the single market at the Institut für Europäische Politik in Bonn. And she joined the European Commission as policy officer on biotechnology in 1990 in a large variety of positions. Now she leads the Directorate F, Chemicals, Food and Retail, held in DG GROW, the Directorate General for Internal Market, Industry and entrepreneurship and SMEs, industry, market, etc. So the right person on the right place. Kristen, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I managed with a mic in the meantime. Yes, I'm very happy to be here. And as you said, indeed I've been working for the European Commission now for 35 years. And I have to say in very many different areas, from enlargement negotiations to competition policy to labor law. But my first love and my first job was biotechnology, in which I sort of ended up by coincidence at the beginning. And I have to say also listening to everyone here, I think that find an interesting perspective, because we talk here a lot about the 2012 as a sort of important moment for the bioeconomy strategy, but actually back in 1991, I co-drafted, I was not the only one, our biotechnology for all strategy. And I mean, those who know me know that I say this quite often. I actually sometimes go back to that strategy, or communication it was called, and then I extracted some bits and pieces from my colleagues, and I said, look, is this not something, an interesting approach we should be taking? And then colleagues were saying, yes, very good idea. And I said, this is actually 30 years old, and I mean, people thought it was quite relevant for now. So you can draw two conclusions from it. You can, depending whether you're a pessimist or an optimist. If you're a pessimist, you can say we already had the same issues 30 years ago, and we're still discussing today how we can make sure that we are not only a market for innovative products, but that we keep basically making sure that all the innovation is actually scaled in Europe, so you can have that approach. But you can also, of course, and I think I tend to be more on the optimistic side, to say that we have always been self-aware. We're still struggling. But if we still ask the same question today, that means that the train has not yet left the station. We still have a lot of innovation happening and research happening, and we just have to get it right now. So I think that's the thing. Also picking up a bit what previous speakers have said, I think the big difference today compared to like over 30 years ago when biotech was big, and basically then we had the whole, all the issues of, I would say, anti-technology backlash, which had nothing to do with biotech, but those who are here who are old enough will remember the big BSE scandal, which had a huge backfiring, including against biotech, which had nothing to do with biotech, but there was a sort of general distrust in science, scientists, etc. What's that, a big difference compared to the first big attention and boom on bioeconomy, biotech, is really on the one hand, I would say the increased focus on the environmental footprint. It was already an issue at the time, but it was much less prominent than we have it now. And what is, of course, has even changed much more, and you just mentioned it, is the issue of resilience, strategic autonomy. And I think this is a big game changer today. Why, independently of the fact that the bioeconomy provides all these wonderful biosolutions, and indeed I agree, it's a wonderful title for your coalition. And actually my Director General thought it was actually a term, that we have biosolutions, that is a sort of a scientific, what I said, no, this is just a very telling way of explaining what bioeconomy can deliver. But I think this is really the game changer now. And when we look at what are the technologies which are identified as strategic worldwide, you have it even more prominently, of course, in the US and China, where it's part of these 5-year plans, in the US when it's one of the strategic technologies, but also in Europe. We have identified it as one of our strategic technologies for our economic security and resilience. And for me, this is really the very important aspect, that it's also something which you can produce with feedstock close by, which doesn't mean, Europe will never live in autarky. We will always remain open to the world. And I'm just looking also at our friends from the from the COP. But I think it's important as well that we look at this at the bioeconomy and biotechnology from this perspective of not being totally dependent on feedstocks from other parts of the world. And we've all seen it in COVID times, what this could actually entail. I think, and that's coming back to the challenge we are facing at the moment, all these wonderful solutions and innovations we have, and in all the different sectors. We have all the different colors of the biotechnology, of the bioeconomy. The challenge at the moment is to scale them, and the challenge is to scale them then also at a competitive price. Because let's face it, at the moment, very often these solutions still tend to be a bit more expensive than the classical chemical or other solutions. And I would say it's really chicken and egg, because you first have to make sure that you create a lead market. And once you develop and once you can scale, then in the long run, it can even be financially more attractive, let alone the environmental footprint and other considerations. So I think this is really a very important key aspect, that we manage to create these, I would say, predictable lead markets, because very often we also hear, we have this interesting development, but what do we do? Do we have predictability? And that's why, coming back to what we can do at European level, and I think in the discussion we'll come back on some other items, is really to make sure that we, on the one hand, we create predictable regulatory conditions. We have lots of different items in the bioeconomy strategy. I'm happy to go through some other, regulatory forthcoming initiatives we are taking to make sure that we have this bigger predictability. And then on the other hand, of course, making sure that we have these lead markets and that we have, I would say, the perspective for companies to have this sustained demand, which then makes it attractive to invest. And of course, and then we mentioned the IPCEI. Let me just mention that at the end, because I think I've come to my 5 minutes. This can play a very important role, because indeed the idea is to make sure that you put then resources into these important projects of common European interest. You have then the possibility, again, money doesn't fall from the sky, but you have the possibility to give state aid in this area. And the definition is that you have a clear market failure. And that's, we have IPCEIs in other areas. I have to say, some IPCEIs have worked very well. Others are still in the making. We have one, for instance, in the health area. Some have also been not very successful. So I think, as always, it depends on how they are set, how they are put together. What is sort of also, I would say, the motivation and energy everybody puts in, and the clear, I would say, assessment of the market failure in that context. So maybe I'll leave it here, and then we go through the other points in the
We can discuss further all the other things. So thank you so much. Christine, you were mentioning strongly the lead market, and before I announce the next speaker, I would like to mention a quote of Marco Mensing, CEO of Cefic, but this is then also part of the introduction, where he said, "We need to create a market demand for low carbon, bio-based and circular products. Without demand, there is no business case, and we need that business case now." And I think it's a very nice statement to make the link between the lead market and the next speaker, who is Marco Pellegrini from the European chemical industry. European chemical industry, I must say, has some issues these days, and in this way, I think it's extremely important to look to this resilience aspect that is mentioned already several times, and in that way, bioeconomy can be a big part of that. So Marco is leading the bioeconomy discussion within Cefic, and before he worked as a project engineer in the chemical sector, we were focused on the use of bio-derived feedstocks. So he's in the right way, right place and the right way of development. Marco is a chemical engineer with a strong passion for innovation, biotechnology and sustainable development, and he put these passions into practice at Cefic, where he strives to advance the bioeconomy in the European chemical industry. So, having said that, I think it's really interesting to see how you see the transition of fossil-based chemistry, at least for a part, into a bio-based industry, building on this resilience. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks for having me here. I would like to start by explaining why the chemical industry is actually so interested in the bioeconomy. So we use carbon as a backbone for our molecules, and this is something that should not be forgotten. If we are striving to substitute it, then we have only a few alternatives beyond the fossil ones. So those are biomass, which is the basis of bioeconomy, and then of course there is the recycled carbon and then CO2. Bioeconomy is actually very relevant for us, and we also are in an interesting position because our members are representing companies with very big existing assets, but at the same time, we also have members that are trying to develop new molecules, the so-called novel chemicals, and they are actually sitting on the other side of the spectrum. Also in terms of technologies, we are in a lucky position because our members are indeed making use of biotechnologies, some of our companies since very long time, since they are fermentation-based company, think companies producing citric acid or lactic acid. And again, on the other side of the spectrum, we have companies that are using different type of biomass conversion technologies, being them thermal, catalytic, or others. So we are in the lucky position to see a little bit this spectrum. And from our point of view, so the bioeconomy is actually an umbrella that covers different type of technologies and that can provide solutions and that can provide opportunities for all these companies with the relative specificities to actually transition. We are focusing here on scaling up. So if we take a couple of examples, so imagine you have a company and you want to scale up. Of course, you need to find money. And this is only one part of the problem. Suppose you are capable of finding this money. You are able to reach a certain size. Which conditions do you need for your business to thrive and to grow once you have this first facility built? And here we connect actually with what Christine was saying earlier. So we need to have indeed predictability, regulatory predictability, and give certainty to business. But what do we need to have that? So from our point of view, so if we start from the feedstock, so it is really important that we have feedstock available at world market conditions, because if we have feedstock that is twice more expensive than in other countries, then we can have the most efficient process in the world, but we're gonna start from a disadvantage. And on the market aspect, where is the certainty coming from? So we need to have market demand via, for example, green public procurement with mandated criteria for bio-based content, for example. We can have market targets because that is a way to actually have an outlet for those companies that are trying to manufacture new chemicals or drop-in chemicals. And if we look again on the biomass aspect, so we are very well aware that the same biomass can be used for a lot of different uses, and we don't have an infinite amount. So also on that side, so we need to have a level playing field with other sectors, and the so-called cascading use is very relevant to ensure that. So to conclude, what we would like to see is to reach a single market for the bioeconomy, and we would like to see a dedicated legislative instrument, really an act that is capable on delivering on all these points and creating a coordinated framework that can allow the chemical industry and also the other industry to thrive and grow in the bioeconomy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. And we remember the feedstock at the world economic prices, green procurement, and market targets. So now we will move on a little bit with some discussions. I will dedicate some questions specifically to one of you, and then later on I will ask some questions where you are free to react on. And please prepare also your questions from the audience. Maybe a first one, and Jesper, you already announced it. You will speak about some bottlenecks. So can you inform us about the bottlenecks or regulatory barriers that still prevent bio-based industries? You're in the business, not you, but your company for a very long time. But in which way you see that there is still possibilities for progress?
Yes, thank you. I think that in general, we are in EU, we have high ambitions. We are very good at that, but we do not give the companies the tools to fulfill them. That's actually the key thing in my view on things. I can give you an example. EU are introducing a new biomass strategy, but we still not allow NGT, new genomic technologies, to the companies. How can we do that? For me, I can't imagine that. That's like, if I should make, a colleague in my company made a view on this the other day and saying, this is like saying that EU wants to be the first continent to land a spaceship on Mars, but you cannot use a computer technology. It's simply more or less the same thing. We have high ambitions, but we don't give the company the tools for that. And if we look into this, actually, and NGT is not just something I grab out of the air. That's actually very actual in the moment. For you who don't know, the technology is a new genomic technologies. That's a breeding technology where you very fast and very precise can introduce specific properties to a variety and improve the quality of the seed of the plant. Here in 2 days' time, we will have the last trialogue on NGT. And hopefully it will go through and be something we can use in the industry. But if this technology is approved in 2 days' time, 2 weeks ago we had a meeting with one of the leaders in the commission regarding this issue, and we discussed with her, if we approve this in beginning of December, when can we actually use it in the fields? When can my farmer use it in the fields? We did the calculation, and we can use it in the spring 2029. Even we, as I speak now, have the varieties in our laboratory. So we need to speed up that process also, and that's one of the bottlenecks for sure.
Thank you very much, and I think it's a very nice point. When we speak globally, and especially it was also the case at the G20 initiative in South Africa, then they say all the time, yes, we need biotechnology to increase the crop yield strongly, and then we need not more space, but maybe even less to feed more people, to feed more bioeconomy, etc. So in that way, we really need this kind of approaches. And in the world, it's moving in that way. So very important point.
And didn't even mention the novel food rules.
Yeah.
I could also do that, but that would be a whole session.
That's why I wanted to mention it. Let's move on a little bit. Martin, you already mentioned this IPCEI. Do you see this as the best way, or are there other kinds of risk-sharing mechanisms or financing models that you see to support this growth? I suppose IPCEI is certainly one of them, but maybe there are some other issues that you can mention as well.
Well, if you would only look on IPCEI, is it on? Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
IPCEI is just one tool. There is maybe other things like green bonds that we can use to support financing of those plants, and there is a lot of those green bonds active in all over the world, but also in Europe. If we look at IPCEI is for the scale up only. But there is also some European actives like the Circular Bio-Based Europe joint undertaking, where you start a little earlier in RIA and then go to other programs and can end in a scale-up format as well. And I think we need all these kind of financing tools to get a momentum in bioeconomy. Otherwise, we will lose pace and we will lose industry leaving Europe into other areas where such kind of support is given. It's not that I'm, building a dark picture here, but I know about many companies in Europe that have invested overseas. And I mean, why don't we in Europe see that situation coming up? Because we all agree that bioeconomy is somewhat the future. It's the future for jobs, it's the future for sustainability, it's the future for novel innovations. And I fully agree with what you said. A technology itself cannot be evil. So why do we always hamper companies using those technologies to become innovative? That is not good for Europe. And that's why we have to, join forces here, industry, politics, investors, but also the community, and to see what is good for our future life and what needs to be supported to have a positive life also here in Europe in the next decades to come.
You mentioned CBE and the different stages with different TRLs, so the RIAs, the IAs, and then the flagships. And Jesper was mentioning that we lose some time. So when I look to these systems, I always see that you have to apply for a RIA, and then you have to reapply for an IA, and then to reapply for a flagship, and in between there is always a lot of space or time that you lose again. Would it be possible to come to a strategy where we can smoothly go from one to another in one timeline without these gaps in between? Is that a possibility, or would that help?
You ask me?
Others can also answer.
I would say definitely yes. And as far as I'm concerned, there is an example with a plant constructed by Clariant. It wasn't the best example, I must admit, but anyhow, I've seen that this went through quite smoothly through those programs. Yeah. And okay, it didn't work out in the end of the day, but that could be a blueprint, at least from a speed perspective, to get this done. And also, it should be possible not to apply for a RIA and then go through an Innovation Act into a flagship activity. But if you have something pre-developed, which could then be scaled up, why don't we enable people to go into a flagship from the first moment onwards?
Of course, yeah. Due to the fact that we mentioned CBE, maybe the CBE people are among us. Do you want to interact, maybe? Can you please, you have to stand up and to speak in the mic. This is necessary for the streaming. Otherwise, Christian Patterman will not be able to listen to you.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Niccolò Giacomuzzi, Executive Director of CBE Joint Undertaking. So, good question. Good question, but actually what I would like to say is actually we have a lot in bioeconomy strategy there that paves the way for the future. So I think this is a question for our policymakers and lawmakers of tomorrow. They are going to discuss the new instrument. We have a new instrument that is called the Competitiveness Fund that should link innovation to the market. And so where the future of a CBEJU-like type of instrument lies, it's in that question. And so definitely these are good points to be taken up in the reflection for the preparation of the next partnership, together with the industry, of course, and the Commission, since it is the base of an alliance, actually, a strategic alliance that is very much, in my opinion, personal opinion, instrumental to grow further.
I opened now already the audience discussion, but I think it's nice. Lena? Please stand up.
Lene Lange, Pleasure Scientific Committee of CBE and BBI, joint undertaken before, and then of course also UCAS Association. But I would like to have a question, a comment to both Jesper and here for you, Martin. And that is NGT. You are very right, it is needed. And the problem is, as you already said, that it is the technology to be banned instead of looking at the product. And just to give it an example, which is good for journalists or whatever, it's just like you forbid a hammer because you can hammer people in the head. But no, we don't. We know for carpentry, it is not clever to forbid a hammer. Another point, we kept GMO out of Europe. And that was good reason because the population didn't want it, feel uncertain. But now we have the new NGT, which is no foreign DNA. But here we invent a term which also become EU lingo, precision fermentation and so on. But that doesn't say anything. Is it wild type, GMO or NGT? It doesn't say anything. And that gives a confused discussion with the public. And that is the worst thing you can do. The other part I would like to say to you, Martin, I mean, I fully agree upscaling is important. But I think what we forget sometimes is that biology is not like chemical synthesis. It's not just by fossils. It's more difficult. And that's why it is necessary to have R&D included in the upscaling and not just in the rear and in innovation. We need it. Also, I mean, I have 20 years in Novo Nordisk and Novozymes, so I really know, I have seen. And what happens is that you very often see new solution when you start upscaling. And you need R&D to then forward those speedily. And you have a new residue, which you can upgrade to a new income. And then suddenly you're commercially viable. So R&D is needed. Don't think too linear. Biology is circular and not linear.
Thank you so much. And so I think in that way we get a lot of support to what was already said. And I would like to continue a little bit about this momentum and avoiding to lose time. And so I come to Kristen. How can we, now that we have this European strategy, move forward to and avoid that we still need another 3 years before we will have dedicated actions? You mentioned yourself this predictability of regulations, etc. What will be in our hands the coming months to see that it will really move fast, if I can say? Apologies for the tricky question.
Yeah. No, I think we really need alignment between our instruments and our sort of overall ambition objective.
Yep.
Huh? And I think we basically started to put bioeconomy, biotech back on the agenda in 2024, which, let's not forget, this was an initiative of our president. With a very strong commitment for the entire Commission. Now we have the bioeconomy strategy, where there are many interesting aspects in it. I mean, Nicola, you mentioned the competitiveness fund. That's obviously an overarching instrument for the next financial period, where we can hopefully also leverage, I would say, substantial amounts, also in a different way when you need, for instance, very important, I would say, scale up plants. The idea is to have a different way of financing which is possible, which doesn't mean that we should not continue to actually support what we're doing now, from research to scaling, etc. But sometimes, what we see also with the CBE, which is very successful, but then when you go to the next level, then very often there is no financing available, or nobody's ready to take the risk. So I think that's a very important aspect on the finance. Then, I already mentioned the lead markets. There's also this alliance foreseen in the bioeconomy strategy with companies who should actually undertake that they will go for bio-based products. And then finally, of course, there's regulation. And that is extremely important. I fully agree that we need to be, attentive, that we bring products fast to the market. We try to learn from our mistakes. In another area, but I think if you look at the medical device regulation, it's being now reviewed because we realized we were overshooting. Because, it's very often you have a scandal, or as you say, you have public opinion, which is sort of against, but I always think it's chicken and egg. If you keep telling the public we regulate it more because it's tricky, then the public think there's actually something really wrong with it. And I think we all agree here that the issue is not process as such, but it's looking at how is it used, what is the product. So here we are also, that we have forthcoming, on the one hand, the Biotech Act #1. Initially, we wanted an overarching Biotech Act covering all the different sectors with a bit more time. But then basically there was the desire to move faster with areas, particularly in the health field. So we now have 2 steps. We have first Biotech Act 1, which is focusing on health, with clinical trials, all kinds of advanced therapies, probably also a little bit on the food side, because that's under the same responsibility as far as the Commission is concerned. And then we will have another Biotech Act #2. And there the objective is to really see, what do we have now? We have the Bioeconomy Strategy, Biotech Act 1. Where are the missing links? So what do we really still need in order to make sure that we have the right regulatory system? So I think from that point of view, it's also, it's a bit maybe a bit funny to have 2 biotech acts, but I think it's also an opportunity to take a step back and really see what is still missing, because in the middle of still relatively at the beginning of the mandate of this Commission, with the possibility to still have all the legislations then adopted. We have many other initiatives which are complementary. We have now the Omnibus. Omnibus are these modifications of existing legislation on food and feed, and a lot of very important stuff for the bioeconomy. There will be stuff on the on biocides, biocontrol, which is crucial. We will have issues, changes there on genetically modified microorganisms. So I'm not promising that everything will be fully perfect and address all the issues you're having, but I think it's definitely will be a step in the right direction. And our objective is to have this alignment. NGTs, we have been following this. I think one of the biggest mistakes was to call them like that, because it sounds really, for people who don't know anything about it, it sounds really not very, I would say, engaging. And we had all these discussions with the member states, as you know. And that's why my plea would also be here. Don't forget the member states. The Commission is there, but we can only propose. Afterwards, things have to be adopted by the member state and the parliament. And I'm very happy, I close with that, otherwise I'll continue too long. I'm very happy in the parliament there is now a cross-party, cross-country group which is being set up. I think it's called Biotech Alliance, among parliamentarians who really want to push forward the biotech and bioeconomy agenda, because it's not enough to convince only the Commission. We really have to have the co-legislators who work hand in hand. So that's, our objective, to really have this alignment coming in order to make, I would say, the strategic ambition a reality, because indeed you cannot have the disconnect between the concrete proposals and then the overarching ambition.
And I think in that way, this involvement of the member states helps strongly via the IPSE that Martin was mentioning, because there you already have at least 10 member states that are involved, etc. Another point is certainly also this voluntary alliance of industry on bio. I think when we do it voluntary, it can help to have a very nice introduction. And I think that the third point you mentioned is this alignment between instruments. It's not creating all the time new instruments, but aligning them so that they can work really very nicely towards the goals. Having said that, you mentioned that there will be two parts of the Act. The second one will more be linked to industrial applications, although you mentioned that the second Act will also help to improve things that we missed in the first one. But as far as I saw, it's strongly linked, the second is linked to industrial actions, and in that way maybe a question to Marco. How do you see that? I see already a lot I must say, a lot of initiatives in the bioeconomy business by big industries, and a lot of these plans are put on hold, stopped, and so on, due to several issues, economics, regulatory issues, etc. Maybe some comments.
Yeah, so maybe I just make a couple of comments related also to the previous points. So one it is on the Circular Bio-Based Europe joint undertaking, which we see as a very valuable tool, first of all. And we also see the need to actually have an additional focus on higher TRLs, so let's say from 6 above, which does not mean that the other one needs to be neglected, but simply that CBEJU as a tool, in our view, should be focused on really the scaling part and reaching the industrial stage. And of course, there is also a need for a dedicated attention to the commercialization and replication of plants that have reached a certain scale to be able to have them increasing their share in the market. But with that said, then I'll make also a brief comment on the NGT discussion. So it could be now a good occasion to try to switch towards a more product-oriented regulation. So maybe there is this possibility, which will put us on par with a lot of other regulation around the world. And then, so going back to your question, so indeed now the chemical industry is struggling a bit because we have on one side, let's say, energy costs, which are constantly higher, 2-3 times more than third countries. There is the aspect also of raw materials, which is affecting also the bio-based industry. We can mention the example of sugars, which on the European market have almost double the price compared to the world market price. And then, of course, at the end of the value chain, then we have the problem of reaching the market for the case of the bio-based products. So what can we do? So it's good to have voluntary initiative. They can help. And it may sound strange that the chemical industry has to have actually some more regulation in this case, but so we actually need to have some policy that is supportive. So then, as I mentioned earlier, so public procurement, having targets in policy beyond what is already foreseen. So the Bioeconomy Strategy mentioned the packaging waste regulation, so that is already there. And is 36 months, the impact assessment for having the evaluation of targets, but we need more than that. So we need to have really the possibility of having this single market for the bioeconomy so that all over Europe there is a uniform and harmonized framework. And there is an example of the Renewable Energy Directive, which has more or less done that for energy application. And now if you go to fill the car with gasoline, so most likely you will have a 10% or up to 10% biofuel in the mix. And that is across Europe. So we need to have really a legislative instrument that can provide an umbrella. So then there is the enabling condition for the bio-based companies to really have a business case. So this, without that, I think we will not be able to succeed.
Thank you. And I think this example is quite interesting to see how we can move on and how also public acceptance can go. Nobody is discussing the E10. It's always accepted in a very nice way. So I think that's a very nice example.
Yeah, and the cascading use in that sense is very important. So, which is also tackled in the bioeconomy strategy. But so, what is a high-value application for biomass?
There is a question or remark over there.
My name is Lena Nordgren. I work for Sekab in Sweden. We are a chemical company that is 100% bio-based. And I have a number of questions. We're talking about actions from Sophie. We need actions now, like you said. And we are a company that already today produce 100% bio-based. We are part of the bioeconomy. And we are wondering, in the Biotech Act 2, for example, we're talking a lot about scale-up, innovation. That's really important. But for us, those already biomanufacturers, we also need to be part of the Biotech 2. And we also need, what Marco is saying, we need to be shown now that we have the market demand. And my question is for Christine, for example, with the Biotech 2, you're saying that you're going to pick up parts that's not in Biotech Act or in the Bioeconomy Strategy. We see in the bioeconomy strategy that content targets are mentioned in product groups. We have the packaging waste that Marco mentioned, but also more general mentioning. But there are no clear actions listed in this area. Will there be one of the actions that will be part of Biotech 2? Maybe too hard to reply to today. But this is really important because we need already today to be shown that there's a predictable long-term market, that customers will demand these products. And that's my question.
Please.
Yes, I mean, I mentioned that we will pick up what is missing, but of course the key focus will be biomanufacturing and industrial applications. The difference between a bioeconomy strategy and a biotech act is that, I mean, even if the term act is actually doesn't really correspond to our European legislative tradition, but I think at some point in time it was considered, fashionable. I mean, sort of imported from the US, and now all the different initiatives are called acts. But the specificity of the act is that there are legislative proposals in it, whereas a strategy normally maybe announces, legislative initiatives to come. But the act, actually, when you will see it in the Biotech Act, there is it's a very long text, changing different provisions and the clinical trials legislation, etc. So we will definitely, in the Biotech Act, come with more legislative, regulatory proposals. We also have to see, for example, public procurement, which I think is crucial because, again, of course, everybody, including municipalities, everybody has little budgets. But if you don't have the public authorities which lead the way, how do you want to achieve market uptake? So we also have to think of, I would say, innovative approaches, how we can really create incentives or support also for local authorities to do this, to go for bio-based procurement, because very often we hear the same thing, as from consumers. Budgets are very tight and we would love to do that, but we cannot afford to spend more. So we have to find, I would say, a solution here. And we'll see that might be in the Biotech Act 2, or we have a big overhaul of the public procurement legislation, so it may be there. Again, it always gets a bit more complicated because we have different initiatives. I think the important point is that issues will be aligned. And we're very interested, of course, also in compulsory bio-based content requirements. We just have to think it through well. We already had discussions with your colleagues, and I said, let's think it through properly, make sure that we create the right incentives. And what we also want to avoid is that then the only ones who will be able to fulfill the criteria will be all imported products. There's nothing wrong with imported products, and we also want to save the entire planet. But we, of course, want to make sure as well that it creates an incentive for innovation and production in Europe. So I would say we are very much interested, but I think it's important to devise it well because, we have some issues on plastic recycling, and we want to avoid that, similar issues arise in that context. But definitely, the focus it will be on manufacturing, on industrial aspects, and I can only say the advantage we have is that we still have a little bit of time. We had a public consultation going on, but I would say any good ideas in this respect, are more than welcome at this point in time, and we'll still have the opportunity to actually go through them because Biotech Act 2 will be probably in Q3 2026, which is also very close because I think it's important for you as well that we're not waiting for another 3 years, but we at least have the time, to slightly reflect and to test because, if you do legislation, you have to be careful that you get it right because what we're now doing with our omnibuses, I think is fixing problems which were created. But ideally, if you can avoid an omnibus and you get it right in the first place, I think this is much better and creates much better predictability as well for companies.
Exactly. Yeah, we can go on. Anna.
Good afternoon, Ana Maria Bravo from IFF. We are a company that is global, but we have a 30% revenue footprint in the EU, and we also want to stay in the EU and invest in the EU. We're very much with high stakes in the bioeconomy by being a top enzyme manufacturer, but also we're developing biopolymers that are very novel and alternatives to plastics. We're doing this with a Finnish company. We have a JV in Finland, so a lot at stake in the bioeconomy. Number one, I want to say thank you because those of you that have really been working hard on this bioeconomy strategy, from the Commission side, from the member states, it's been a lot of work and I do see the stars aligning, like I keep saying, for some of us who have been there for a long time. So I think you are really listening to industry and trying to strike a fine balance through a lot of things. Having said that, there is one point I do want to highlight. It's not clear about the feedstock. We've mentioned it here quite a bit. And I find that this is probably one of those sections that is unclear, maybe politically on purpose. It is a sensitive topic, but it does require attention for us to really be encouraged and make Europe resilient, as you said, Kristen. We have, I understand the language around circularity, that we need to use residues, byproducts, and to ensure that we're valorizing the feedstock. That's very important. But the reality of what we are seeing is that without the primary feedstock, you are not going to get this bioeconomy at speed, at scale, as we want to in this global race on bioeconomy, as our colleague from Brazil was saying. So it is really a critical issue to address. We see the chemical industry talking about if the price is right. We hear the sugar beet industry closing down facilities because they don't have a market incentive to do this. So there's a big gap right there that I think really needs to be addressed. And so my question is, will this be addressed under which act? Where can we expect to get some clarity on the feedstock? I saw some language around the cap, but is that really the right vehicle? Thank you.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Yes, I fully agree. Access to affordable feedstock is crucial, and that, of course, has both components. You need, primary feedstock, and you need to make sure that all the side streams are being valued. So I would say one, and I didn't understand you in that direction, one doesn't preclude the other, but of course you cannot pretend that you can, with the circular economy, you can basically do away with primary feedstock. I think the issue is really the affordability. You see it a lot on sugar. One would always think that it's a no-brainer that we want people to consume less sugar, in terms of food, and that you can then create all kinds of new avenues for sugar as an input for fermentation. The issue is the affordability. And at the moment, I understand when you see also when you look at European companies, which need a lot of sugar for fermentation, they often buy on the world market, and they will not end up buying in Europe because the sugar is too expensive. So I think this is something we need to address through CAP and other issues. I think also, there was always, we have the cascading principle, there was always a big discussion on food, but of course, for instance, on sugar beets, you have lots of parts which will never be used for food consumption. So I think all this needs to be addressed again in an aligned and holistic way. We are fully aware. I hope that we can address some of these issues also in the Biotech Act too. But there may be other places where it may fit better. So we are still having a look at it. But I would say the language in the bioeconomy strategy, I think, is prudent. But I still think you can. It goes. I think it acknowledges the key issues we're having. Yeah?
Can I take this also as a next point? I will take your question a little bit later if it is okay. So you mentioned strongly the need for primary feedstock strongly, and then we are having the discussion on the price. Now the strategy mentions also very strongly the fact of secondary feedstock, and we see that only 42% of the harvested biomass is used or valorized, I must say. The chemical industry is looking a lot to circularity, to recycling. It's the second C that you mentioned. How do you look at it from this point of view? And you mentioned that you use 100% of the potatoes. So
I think it's important to. I switch it on. So it's important to realize that when we talk about use of microorganisms, very often they use some form of sugar. And from secondary biomass, so very often, the steps that you need to take to actually arrive to feed the microorganisms, so they are not yet really up to the necessary standards. So the industry is, especially for big scale manufacturing, so is relying on sugar also from a technical point of view. Then from a more, let's say, chemical industry point of view, in the sense of different type of conversion technologies, secondary biomass very often have issues in the sense of it's mixed a little bit with everything. So again, there are some companies now that are actually getting close to being able to convert, there is a fibinol here, lignocellulosic materials to actually the different components which can then be used as a feedstock. But it's not really yet there. So I think we need to realize that primary feedstocks are still going to be necessary. So that we show in our IC 2050 study. Our institute have a couple of interesting graphs showing that. But yeah, so there is no silver bullet. That's also something we need to realize. And we need to have a combination. So we need to have the primary feedstock that we need to rely on. And then once we are able to have a good conversion from the secondary feedstock, then we're going to go there for sure. But I think it's going to take still a little bit of time. And for the time being, we need to realize, okay, we need primary feedstocks. And if I look at sugars, like European price, it's around 500 and something euro per ton. World market, around 300. And import duty for sugar, it's 419 euro per ton. So if you can just make the math, and then you understand where the industry has to start from compared to third countries.
Exactly. Maybe Jesper, you want to react on this or to add something? As you are using 100%. Is there a mic missing?
Yes, it's correct that we are using 100% of the potato. If it's not for food, then it's for fertilizer or it's for energy. And actually, we want also to get further up in a hierarchy on that and have the what is used for energy can be used for feed, and what is used for feed can be used for food, etc. But again, I have to say, if we have to come back and have some primary feedstock at a competitive level, we have the tools in principle in our hands. It is just next door. It is NGT, we need to have the tools to do that. It will help not only my industry, but the whole industry and the whole farming industry in Europe to be competitive. So,
with that, thank you so much, and we are back to the beginning of the discussion, but it's so important. Allow you now to.
Thank you. This topic of feedstock.
Can you please stand up?
Yes.
For the video.
On this topic of feedstock, it can seem sort of hard. I mean, how much can we really grow in Western Europe? Well, all of a sudden, maybe an opportunity is coming. If the horrible war in Ukraine comes to some form of end, we will be adding enormous spaces of land on which you can grow a lot more primary feedstock. So my question to you is, a post-war progressive European bioeconomy strategy with Ukraine, what does that look like?
Very interesting question. Who wants?
I can give you one point there. I don't think we even need to look at post-war. So I think it was in November. So the FTA with Ukraine has been renewed. But if you take sugar, for example, so nothing has changed. And we are still actually importing a vast amount of cereals, sugars, and feedstocks from Ukraine, which could actually be also a way for us to support the war effort there. So I don't think we need to actually wait for the war to end to do something on that front. So we can, or we could in principle do that already now by trying to tackle the way or the conditions at which we import the materials.
Maybe, yeah, please. Yeah, where is the mic?
I'll be quick. Hi, my name is Rick Fox. I used to be the bioeconomy coordinator for U.S. Department of Agriculture, not anymore. I teach forest bioeconomy at UC Berkeley now. And on primary feedstocks, and I'll admit my bias as a forester, but primary feedstocks, somebody mentioned competing with the US and China and Brazil. And don't forget Canada. All those countries have a lot of biomass. And in forestry for centuries, we've known how to forecast outcomes for ecosystems based on using biomass. And those technologies, modeling technologies, are only stronger with bigger data and AI. We can do that with other sources of feedstocks as well. So in terms of overusing feedstocks or in terms of balancing non-food uses of agricultural land versus food, you know, I think we can demand more from our research institutions and our scientists to do a better job of forecasting those outcomes and finding a balance, having conversations with stakeholders, and right-sizing. You can use biomass for energy, for all kinds of manufacturing, talking about the right hauling distance and having it right-sized to what the biomass that's locally available or can be shipped. So this became a very strong focus in our bioeconomy work in the US government in the previous administration. And so the biotech and the biomass were both very key parts of our bioeconomy strategy, which was the Biden's bioeconomy executive order. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opening to the global situation of biomass. And I wanted also to open it to Brazil and so on. So it gives another perspective in that field. And I invite the panel to react on that. So please look in a little bit in a more global way. Martin, you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on your question on how should a bioeconomy act or a strategy should look like when Ukraine is part of the European Union or whatever the question was. I would say it should be the same as it is now with a 28th member state, if possible. And I'm talking on biomass a little different because I'm working for a company that has developed together with a sugar company, Südzucker, a technology where microorganisms use carbon dioxide as a feedstock and develop out of that carbon dioxide whatever you wish. You could name it a little BASF, but on microbial solutions, if you like. So you can ask those microorganisms to convert carbon dioxide into protein, into sugars, into any other molecule you want. It's TRL5. And again, here's the gap. We need somebody to invest in these plants. I can't afford it, to be honest, but the technology is there. And imagine we could use carbon dioxide as the sole feedstock. Then we are not talking about sugar anymore. We are not talking about first generation, second generation, whatever biofuel. We simply use carbon dioxide. Yes, I would say it's another 5 to 10 years until it is a viable technology. But if we agree to invest in it, if we believe in it, if we can scale with hydrogen, green hydrogen from converting water into hydrogen and oxygen, why not? It is possible. I'm not kidding. The rates are industrial scale already, the conversion rates, that is okay. But the investment in such a plant and also the access to the carbon dioxide and hydrogen as an energy source is something that is not yet there. But why don't we invest?
So I think preparing this long-term future is one end, and working on the nowadays issues is another point.
5 years.
It's not long. It's not long. So is there a final question maybe? Or let me take 2 questions from the audience and then we come to the
Yes, thank you.
conclusions.
David Newman. I would suggest that a lot of these problems you will sort out if you sort out the markets for the end products. And what is, I think, lacking in the strategy is the market pull for the end products. And I know you're looking at it through the PPWR and such like, but all of these processes and all the questions you have of feedstock will sort themselves out when you have a market for the final products. And it's quite extraordinary that after 20 years of investment, there's not one 500 million euro company doing this stuff in the EU. Why? Because there's not the marketplace for the products. You're missing the market pull.
Any reaction? Or only agreement? I have to go for the final, Rocio.
Thank you, Ludo. Thank you very much to the panel. I'm Rocio Diaz from the Center for Environmental Policy at Imperial College, and I'm also the chair of biosociology from the World Bioeconomy Association. And I have a question for all the panel, because many of the things that you have been saying, let's say at some point they are not exactly new. We have known this for a long time. And putting a little bit my hat on the side of research and development. I mean, I have started working with FP5 projects from Commission, move all the way 6, 7, 8, 9, Horizon Europe and the New Horizon. So all the topics about biomass, we have researched them. We know where the biomass is. We have included Ukraine in many of our assessments. We know about the need of more policy coherence, that it is essential for industry. So I would, even public acceptance, we include it in all our projects. So my question would be, what happened with what we do? Because we work with the partnership of industry. We work with this, and we have been saying, we need funds so that to scale up, to really develop this. So what's happening with over 15 years of research that we have produced? What happens with industry? What happens with the policy makers? I really would like to know, what is really missing if we already know all of these things?
Money.
That's why I'm saying, we have been saying that money is, we know that it is also missing. But what is happening really for that last investment?
Well,
Thank you.
I have just very brief point, and I would concur to what was just said, that if we don't have a market at the end, we can develop all we want, but then products will not be sold, companies will not have a revenue, and at some point they will close down.
With these words, I would like to come to the conclusions. but we have to see that we are optimistic and not only pessimistic, of course. So I think we learned this afternoon about scaling of the bioeconomy, that it is really creating predictable enabling conditions, that we have to move confidently from pilot to commercial scale in this policy business bridging. And also, and we had not that much time to speak about these global aspects, but it was mentioned over there. We had the Brazilian aspect, so we have to take that strongly into account as well. And also, I think we learned today that we have to be flexible. We have to use all parts of the biomass, although that primary biomass use is still an important issue. If we move away from that, we will create other problems. Concerning financing and policy industry collaboration, we strongly support the IPCEI idea and involving the member states, etc. We have seen the bioeconomy strongly as a support to European resilience. And concerning market, we look strongly forward, and with a limited time that we have to market targets, green procurement, and feedstock that must be available at world economic prices. Having said that, I would like to thank my panels, so Jesper, Martin, Kristin, and Marco, and Daniel also. There is now time for a coffee break, so you can ask and continue the discussion, and we continue in about 20 minutes for the next the last word was money, and the next panel will be about financing systems.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Let's take a picture of us and, maybe.
Thank you.
Very nice.
We will
Sorry,
ask
I didn't have a second chance
to,
because it's such a negative thing, and
yeah.
we had it all. We had
Yuka.
all this knowledge.
Yuka.
Microbiome is new knowledge. AI is new knowledge. New type of biotechnology.
Have your
We
microphone?
can
Yeah.
make health.
Can we ask first?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Hi. Hi,
Hey,
Cesar.
Yuka.
Okay, good. Good to see
How's
you.
everything going?
Yeah. Okay.
See
We
you
are
too.
ready to go with you.
Okay, super. Should I share my screen? I have my
Not yet,
presentation
not
right
yet,
here.
not yet, not yet. We are still in the coffee break. But you can test it, yes. You can test it if you won't like to do.
Okay, super,
Yeah.
super.
But I like to pick up also a cup of coffee, so
No, it's
stay
okay.
there.
It's
Don't
all
leave
right.
us.
Just let me know if you can see it. And
We can see it.
If I can. Perfect.
We can see it.
So I can get a cup of coffee as well.
Okay, very good, very good. And you are prepared for 10 minutes also?
Yes.
Yeah, very good, very good. I will introduce you briefly and then you could then get on. Very good, yeah, okay. Talk to you soon. I pick up the cup of coffee and we will see soon. Okay, thanks, Cesar.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And I don't have to change.
Okay, dear folks, yeah, let's carry on. Let's move on now to this topic of financial world. It was already partially discussed during the first session, so yeah, I think in the first session they were posing some questions to this next session we are now in, so looking forward for this exciting discussion on this topic. And we have here also now 4 panelists, which are shown here. But prior to that, we will hear keynote speech by Cesar Barassa-Botet, who is a policy analyst from OECD. This is a very, very fresh report he's sharing with us. Not then the presentation itself, but the contents of it, the substance is always more important. So Cesar is with us now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Jukka. Can you all hear me there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect. So next 10 minutes is yours. Please go ahead.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you to the World Bioeconomy Association and its partners in this event, the World Bioeconomy Roundtable in Copenhagen 2025. I apologize because I wasn't able to be there, but we are making the effort to connect now so we can discuss, provide like this background for the discussion of the next panel. As you can see, the title of this presentation is called Boosting Biosolutions Through Agile Regulation and Finance Instrument, which is basically the conclusions of our trend reports by the OECD that we are aiming to publish by the end of next January next year. So as Jukka said, I'm presenting the main findings which are relevant to financing mostly in this presentation today. So let's move on. First of all, I wanted to talk about the background that the OECD has in the bioeconomy space. Back from 2009, the almost flagship report, the Bioeconomy to 2030, designing a policy agenda that was later followed by many pieces of work, but most of them could be compiling what we had published also as a flagship publication called Carbon Management, Bioeconomy and Beyond, which our former colleague Jens Lundsgaard, who's there, might be able to tell you a little bit about in his time when he was Deputy Director at the Science and Technology and Innovation Directorate at the OECD. But most recently, we have been producing some work that is more aiming at policy decision makers, and we have 2 of them. One that it was published like a week ago, which is the main baseline of this presentation, which is called Boosting Biotechnology Innovation Through Agile Regulation and Finance Instruments, that you can check on the website. And tomorrow we will have published another piece of work that was developed for the G20 Bioeconomy Initiative that is called Financing Instruments and Policy Levers to Harness Biomanufacturing for Climate, Biodiversity and Growth. That will be published tomorrow. So tune in for that one as well. Super. Having started with that, I just want to jump into the findings and the main policy actions that we recommend connecting to the financing component of, you may call it biomanufacturing, but also ways to produce solutions that are based on the nature, on biological resources, as we call it also biosolutions. And you do call that biosolutions in Copenhagen as well. We were there in September in the Biosolutions Summit, high-level summit there. So one of the key findings in the investment space relates to foreign direct investments on greenfield FDI biotechnology projects. Just to remind you that greenfield refers to new projects in the biotechnology or bioeconomy space. And what we can see here is a trend, is a change in trends between the EU and the US. This study was basically looking at those 2 jurisdictions in a comparative perspective. So we can see that whereas for during 2023, 2003 and 2013. Compared to 2014 to 2024, there is a switch in the level of foreign direct investments in the US and in the EU, moving the EU in a more prominent position. And when we look also at how that is related to R&D, which is our main focus at the Science and Technology Policy Division at the OECD, we also see that switch. As a consequence, we see that most in the US, the foreign direct investment landing there is highly emphasizing on R&D activities, which is what some people may call either advanced bioeconomy or even high-tech bioeconomy, using some of the colleagues' work. So then we see, when we look at that in a comparative way to these two jurisdictions, we see that the US during the last 20 years have been picking up to overcome the EU in terms of investment, at least from the foreign sources. Also, part of that analysis looks at another key component in the innovation ecosystem, which are the startups. And this work was developed with the support of our colleagues that developed this OECD startup database. And we were able to see how the startup ecosystem has been changing both in the EU and the US. We're only presenting the EU part here. And also you can see there are some implications on where those investments fall, or where those startups are more active. Basically, the message that we can see here is the fact that in this, in terms of biotechnology innovation, most of it, in terms of startups, are focused on biomedical applications of, obviously, biotechnology innovations. So there is a gap that we can see both in the US and in the EU with regards of the applications of biotechnology in different sectors. So what we call here biosolutions cover everything but biomedical or the health sector. And when we broke it down into the different sectors of applications, we see a little bit of agriculture, food and ingredients, energy and climate, environmental and industrial when you break it down into the different applications of biotech. So what you see here is basically what it fits in the lighter red in this plot. So you can see there is a huge gap between the biomedical applications of biotechnology and some other sectors. And when you look at the sectors themselves, you see, for example, food and ingredients being pretty much one of the main focus of the startups. In this kind of plot, a startup could be with a single technology or a single patent could be applicable to different sectors within the biosolutions. So in that sense, what would be ideal is that there is an even application or an even presence in the different sectors for the same startups in a way to diversify the fields, their sectors of application. But that's certainly not the case between the biosolutions and the biomedical itself. So there is a gap on the presence of the startups or the activities where they kind of like actually can contribute to different sectors. And that certainly connects with venture capital funding, which is the comparison, the direct comparison that we see here on the left for the European Union and on the right for the US. As you can see, there is a very large gap in terms of financing that could correspond to the number of startups that actually are present. But at the same time, you might be able to see that even though the gap between the two jurisdictions is wide, it is also wide in the sense when you compare biomedical with biosolutions. So what it means is that most of the venture capital funding in the biotech sector is being applied to biomedical, and very little of that belongs to other applications of biotechnology. Super. So having said that, what are ways in which we can strengthen the financing of biosolutions? We present here like series of mechanisms that could be actually targeted towards increasing the amount of financing in biosolutions. But as you can see, they can be divided into blended and concessional finance, risk transfer mechanisms and de-risking instruments, price-based instrument and market creation mechanisms, and green and sustainability linked bonds and results-oriented finance. But they cannot be applied separate. That's one of the key findings of this work, is the fact that those are they have to be arranged in a way that they can support each other. So a right mix of different financial mechanisms are the way we advise. Those arrangements that are set up in order to support these innovations in different stages and at different points in their launch into the market. Having said that, financing by itself is not enough. One of the key findings of this study is that regulation might deter investments at some point. So we, as a complementary measure, as a second policy action, we suggest also to develop agile regulation for biosolutions. Part of that analysis entail looking into the different barriers that a regulatory system can impose to deploying biosolutions into the market. So, for example, we talk about regulatory fragmentation and the fact that the way it is reflected in the EU between the European Commission and the member states, as they overlap biotech and sectoral regulation, the regulatory complexity that in which the process-based approach can sometimes lack clarity and it's not clear where the new technologies may fit in the whole regulatory regime, the long approval times and costs associated with that, and the lack of flexibility and communication in the interactions between the regulators and innovators. So what we as OECD propose for that is to use different agile mechanisms to improve and make more flexible the regulatory regime for biotech innovations. So looking at cross-jurisdiction, across agency cooperation for regulatory fragmentation, also developing innovation testbeds infrastructure for helping innovators to navigate the regulatory complexities, developing and implementing regulatory sandboxes to test and for regulation approaches in order to reduce approval times and potentially allow companies or innovators to deploy products in a regulatory sandbox that allows them to actually start getting some funding from the market directly, and for flexibility and communication using different strategies, strategic intelligence tools to actually being able to have a better alignment between the innovators and the regulators, and things like developing expert-driven and participatory technology assessments could be a tool that could be used for that purpose, as well as developing emerging risk assessment to identify the necessary information according to the different risk levels. So make the regulation fit for the risk level, instead of having a very rigid regulatory process that will actually delay innovations that are not as risky as others in the market. And we also want to bring this example from the UK Engineering Biology Sandbox Fund, because it does combine the two things that we are talking about. One is that they provide the sandbox itself for innovators to actually test their products in the market under provisional permits of doing so. But in building this sandbox, there's also financial support from the UK government, where they can actually as I said, combining the two measures can actually produce something that is worth looking at. So this sandbox is still under development, but it's a good initiative that we always like to highlight, and it was provided to us by our colleagues at the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. And that's it. I hope I didn't spend much more time, and I thank you for your attention, and I hope that this brief talk could be good food for thoughts during the next panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Cesar. That was really hard talk. If there's any pressing questions, you can now raise to Cesar. Yeah, Lene, please.
Very short, Lene Lange. I would like to ask, when you are considering comparing biomedical and biosolutions, where do you place gut health promoting food?
So that's a tricky one. If I can show the slides again, ideally, so the way this was built is using two different databases that were compiling one. So I'll give you an example. There should be some interlinkages between the food and ingredients and the health component, but depends on how it's framing the database. So if the database consider that it's a health application and if it is food and ingredients application, but they could be complementary. And this speaks a little bit to what I mentioned. So those biosolutions or those innovations should be transferable across sectors. That's something that we're not seeing and probably we're not capturing here, but that would be a way to diversify the biotechnology innovation across the different sectors. So I don't clearly have an answer for that, but what I will give you is the message of these innovations should be able to cross sectors, to be applied across sectors, which is something that clearly we are not seeing in this in the way they are at least in terms of where the startups are active, in which sectors. And this is basically a self-declaration. So a startup can say, I'm active in health, but that they might not be active, or they might be active in food and ingredients components. So that's kind of like a potential limitation of the database itself.
Yeah. Thank you, Cesar. Yeah, maybe still one. Yeah, this is a fascinating topic. Please, David.
Thank you, David Newman. If you, looking at this from your observatory, if you were to say to the European Commission, there is a particular sector which if you put your attention there, you create the market mechanisms that will help that sector, money will flow to it, and it will become a major investment opportunity for Europe. Is there such a sector that you can look at and have identified as being worthy of that attention?
This connects, thank you for the question. This connects to the previous one. I wouldn't pick a sector. I will just emphasize the fact that the biotech innovations should be cross-sectoral. So in a way, you should be able to alleviate the burden of some sectors that are overburdened as part of the results of our research. For example, chemicals are not as overburdened as food, for example. And in that way, you should be able to level the playing field in terms of regulation for the different sectors to see these innovations be cross-sectoral in a way. So I wouldn't pick a sector, but I will emphasize of like bringing the bar to the same level to all of them. As much as possible, in a way they can somehow use different innovations. So let's think about an application of a particular biotech, which as I said, in the chemical sector doesn't have many barriers for deployment, but in the food sector it does. So in a way, this balance is impeding basically those innovations to go across sector and diversify in a way the market applications for these innovations.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Cesar. Yeah, and you said that this report will be published tomorrow. Was it so?
So the brief will be the financial instruments brief is going to be published tomorrow, and the report with the data is going to be published by the end of January.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you very much. We carry on here in this space. So thank you. Thank you.
Super. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let's carry on now for the panel. I think the panelists will also elaborate these topics in their intervention. So I would like to invite Signe Lindström to guide us within the next panel, which is about unlocking investment, financial tools, models and markets. Signe is a senior manager for SME and entrepreneurship at the Confederation of Danish Industry. In her key role, she works to strengthen framework conditions and competitiveness for Danish small, medium-sized enterprises. Signe's focus includes business policy, innovation and development, and she is an important participant in the dialogue between industry stakeholders and Danish authorities. With these words, floor is yours.
Very fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. And it's my pleasure now to moderate this session, which is the Financial World session. And we're going to discuss how we can unlock investments, financing tools, models, and markets. And scaling the bioeconomy, and it is because scaling the bioeconomy isn't just a technological challenge. It is also fundamentally a financing challenge. Mobilizing capital for biomanufacturing, bio-based innovation, and sustainable value chains require coherent policy frameworks, confidence from investors, and new financial instruments capable of de-risking scale. So, for this session, we will bring together leaders from foundations, private finance, development banks, and venture capital. And the purpose is to explore how these actors can work together to build the financial architecture required for climate positive, biodiversity enhancing, and economically competitive growth. So please, I would like to invite the panel up here, and they will start to introduce who they are and their role and what their angle is into this bioeconomy. Thank you. And ladies first, should we start with you, Katia?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today. So thank you once again for the invitation. Thank you, Yuka, in the name of the World Bioeconomy Association. I am Katia Finives, climate change specialist from Inter-American Development Bank, but I'm based in Brazil. So everybody asks me, there is a direct flight from Washington to here, and I'm not based in Washington. Oh, I'm speaking. Yeah, there we go. Now it's on. I'm sorry for the online audience, so I'll start over again. Just to present myself, I'm Katia Finives, climate change specialist from the Inter-American Development Bank based in Brazil. And a pleasure to be here today because I learned a lot from the European perspective from the first panel, especially from the real economy industry. And now we are here with financial sector colleagues, so I'd like to explore a little bit this realm. So let me build first on the overview already provided by my colleague Daniel from Itamaraty. I will get back a little bit on it's just the introduction, or should I get into
just a short introduction, and then we will go into the theme and
so I will
and
just
discuss.
stop here and let my colleagues present themselves.
Perfect. Thank you, Katia. And from the south to the north, Jens.
Jens Lundsgaard. I'm with the Novo Nordisk Foundation, but as Cesar already alluded to, I was recently working with him and had a lot of pleasure launching OECD reports on the bioeconomy. I've also worked in a development bank in London and in the Ministry of Industry and Finance here in Denmark. So with all of that, I'm so excited to be here.
Thank you. So I'm Kent. I'm from Danske Bank. Danske Bank is the second largest bank in the Nordic, taking care of around 200,000 business clients. My area is the VC-backed companies, so all the innovation, all the very scalable models is what I'm responsible for. The Nordic is a great place to have that responsibility because we've actually been really good at creating innovative companies, accounting for one of the largest concentration of unicorns per capita, and around 17% of all unicorns in Europe, but only being 4% of the population. And more venture capital is going into biosolutions, biotechnologies.
Thank you. And Michael?
Yeah, my name is Michael.
Yeah.
I'm one of the founders of the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund, ECBF, which is a private venture capital company, heavily backed, initiated by the Commission and the European Investment Bank. But we could convince corporates, private investors, family offices to join the fund, and we think we are the leading venture capital fund if it comes to growth stage funding in the European bioeconomy. We have done already 25 investments, and we see what's going on that side. So it's a great pleasure to be here to share these kind of ideas and to connect politics from high level to the ground to the companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for some short and good introductions. Let's move to the discussion now. When we talk about financing in the biosolutions sector, it's really about exploring the bridge between business ambition and the world of financing, and how we can fuel and fund these ambitions towards a bio-based future. So to begin the discussion, I would like to hear you, Kent, from where you're sitting, from your chair in Danske Bank. What do you see growth companies, what are their needs? And as you said, you are the second largest bank in the Nordics, so you have a very good insight into these positions of strength and also biosolutions.
Yeah. A few words on that. I think what categorizes a good startup ecosystem is three needs. The needs for talent, one of them finding great people who can create and build and drive the companies. It's best practices, so how do you learn from others not making the same mistakes across all kinds of problems that you face day to day. And then the third pillar, which is the funding part, which we will talk about a lot about in this panel here, to generate enough funding for these companies actually to succeed. And focusing on biosolutions, it just takes more capital to actually make them succeed compared to traditional tech companies. Okay. So the capex heavy part of working within the space creates more need of capital. And avoiding what is starting to be called this valley of death valley of green tech. Okay, something like that. Yeah. The green valley of death. It's called, exactly. So taking some of these biosolutions actually from test facilities to commercial facilities, there's just a general funding gap there of bridging that and making some of them become more commercial, growing, accelerating, which is what we strive for. Yeah.
So the valley of death is broader for these biosolutions companies, in your opinion?
I would definitely say so, and the need of capital is just more heavy.
So is it more difficult for you to support these when they come to you and ask for because you can only offer loans for these companies. You don't have any equity instruments. Exactly.
So we look at it from a lending perspective, and I think generally for venture-backed companies that are not profitable, it is difficult for a bank to do lending. We have allocated 300 million euro to take a higher risk than what we would normally do, where we can actually capture some of this risk towards biosolution companies and innovative companies in general. But for biosolution compared to traditional tech, there's just longer to cash flow, revenue generation, and the upfront investments is typically way harder, way larger, and that makes more complexity around biosolutions versus more traditional tech, I would say.
Okay. Interesting. And Jens, you are the Novo Nordisk Foundation, and you are obviously not an investor, but still you hold some leverage here, I would say mildly. You have, as I understand it, one of your key pillars in terms of both is on both focusing on financing, but also industries. You are focused on planetary health and societal challenges. So how do you see your foundation's role in the green transition, and how do you contribute to support that as a foundation?
So thank you. For those of you who don't know us, I'll start a little bit with why. Why are we here? Why are we as a foundation here? And it basically came from the logic of how do we make scientific advances that benefit human beings. So sometime a bit over 100 years ago, somebody had a recipe on producing insulin. And he handed it over to a group of Danish entrepreneurs and scientists and so on, saying, you can produce this if you hand back profits to society. So that's what the foundation is doing, has been doing for 100 years, mostly in health, but increasingly also planetary health needs attention. It amounts to something like $1.5 to $2 billion a year as pure grants for research and for nurturing innovation. I think what we have learned today is that that is desperately needed. We have this green valley of death. What is needed for those valleys? I think the strategy from the European Commission gave a nice picture. It showed the sort of double side to that. There's a scientific valley of death showing that what you can develop in the lab actually turns into a solution that makes us able to use less pesticides in agriculture, for example, by using biological solutions instead of chemicals. There's also a need for overcoming the valley of death that is associated by scaling up or making it sort of mature as businesses. And we try to work in both. So we work with grants to overcome the first, to develop the technologies, develop the science. And we also work not as a foundation, but as our holding structure that also owns the companies, Novo Nordisk, Novo Nordisk. We also do venture capital investments in order to help startups grow larger. Some of the most recent additions to that is a contribution to the European Scale-Up Fund, where we have put in a significant amount. And I think we are keen to see that that whole chain of going from lab to something that looks like a solution to something that's a viable business and that scales up, that keeps growing.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's very interesting with the scale-up fund. It's something we have also been talking about here at Danish Industry. We need that, and we need the large tickets that it's going to invest. So hopefully it will soon start up next year. Kathia, I know that you have been closely involved in developing a financing mechanism for the bioeconomy at a global level. From your point of view, what international models or lessons from Latin America and beyond can Europe draw upon, in your opinion, to make these investments in the bioeconomy and make them more inclusive, impactful, and globally connected?
Perfect. Thank you for the question. So I'll speak from the vantage point of the IDB, and also referring back, as I mentioned before, to the bioeconomy challenge. And there are a few concrete examples from Latin America that are standing out. And I think they offer these signals for Europe to build on to scale bioeconomy investment. So one of the clearest one I've mentioned mainly to some of you in the coffee break is EcoInvest platform. Maybe a couple of you have heard of it in different forums as well, as it became famous, and we had a chance to announce some novelties also during COP30. So this is an initiative that was created by the Brazilian government, headed by the Treasury, but with technical support from the IDB, to tackle some structural barriers that prevent green and bioeconomy projects from accessing debt capital at scale. And it starts from a clear diagnostic that we are going to repeat a little bit of what has been said previously. So despite abundant global capital, and we see huge numbers sometimes in many different industries, but here financing does not reach emerging markets at scale or tenors required because of low share of private investment, high volatility of FX markets, high cost of credit, and low availability of long-term FX hedging mainly. And to respond to these constraints, EcoInvest tries to encompass 4 credit sublines that addresses these challenges. First, a blended finance line, an FX hedging, FX liquidity facility, so we are looking at the long-term perspective as well, and project structuring. So it allocates resources through two main mechanisms. First, competitive auctions. So it means that they are designed to maximize private capital mobilization per unity of concessionality. The concessional capital comes from the government, the treasury itself, and bonds that are issued and other sources of money. And then the private institutions that participate and bet on those auctions, they need to leverage it at global capital markets. And also through sustainable finance frameworks that define the eligibility and impact criteria, mainly in the case of Ecoinvest in Brazil, aligned to what is called the Brazil Ecological Transformation Plan. So we were talking about policy coherence here before, and this is the framework that Brazil has put forward as its development platform. And at COP30, as I mentioned, we launched the Ecoinvest 4th auction that is mainly dedicated to bioeconomy, sustainable ecotourism, and enabling infrastructure in the Amazon region. So it's a little bit different of what we have been discussing in the European landscape, but of course very relevant. And I think one of the main points there is that we are trying to reach communities themselves and trying to integrate communities into global value chains. So this directly targets the barriers that typically constrain bioeconomy investment. So we were saying about long payback periods, local currency revenue, and exposure to foreign currency denominated debt in already highly volatile FX environments. So we are trying to scale up support for this initiative, and it has been launched in Seville, this other platform that is called FX Edge, and it's building on this financial technology that Brazil put forward and trying to replicate that in different contexts and hopefully in other Latin American countries. I also would like to highlight a little bit of local strategies that we are heading in Brazil as well. Some payment for environmental services structures and mechanisms that refer back to our colleagues' Caesar presentation that mentioned results-based payment. So what we are doing here is to couple the impact framework with the financial availability of resources. And finally, I would like to highlight metrics, because once again, this is about building common frameworks and standards. So very recently, we also, together with other multilateral development banks, have put forward an initiative that is called the Financing Nature, a Practitioner's Guide to Results Metric Selection. And it's mostly a harmonized guidance for investors interested in nature-positive results, providing practical way to assess nature outcomes, avoid nature washing, and linking financing more directly to biodiversity results.
Thank you, Katia. Yeah, very good concrete initiatives and examples we can discuss further here.
Perfect.
And I think I will bring Michael here into the discussion. Now we have a development bank here that have a lot of initiatives and launching platforms. How do you work? What is your role? You work at a venture capital fund, impact fund, and if we take just a step back, how do you see Europe is positioned in the bioeconomy, and not least in our biotech and biosolutions sector, also with regard to what Katia has told here and how they work with this?
Well, to answer that very briefly, it is clear, I think Europe is leading in science. So we have very great innovation or invention, but we are lacking behind a bit in commercializing it. Okay. And I believe if we don't take action very fast, we develop the innovation and the Chinese will take that, China will take it, or US, to bring it further and to commercialize it. Or even also Brazil is welcome to do it. So we do technology transfer to other countries. And of course, as a venture capital investor, we put our money in the companies located in Europe, first of all, and want to develop them. And it is, sometimes demanding for them because the markets are not open. So therefore, at the end, we may sell our companies to other continents like China, US, or India, where the bioeconomy is probably more closer to the markets. So that's actually very important. And we see that we need to take action fast. Otherwise, the other will just overtake us very soon.
Okay. So it sounds like Europe is very good at innovation. We are like this innovation fabric, but when it comes to harvesting the fruit, you see that foreign investors, they are ready to buy these companies and take them further on.
China is already very tough in the bioeconomy. They take action and make sure that things are implemented. And that's what we are missing also. So many companies, we have invested in 25 companies, and they are in different areas, and we try to find the areas which are attractive, also from a business point of view. However, sometimes you are waiting for regulatory changes. So the PPRWR is an example. So we have invested in companies. They can do business without PPRW, but the real growth is coming with this. Especially because companies, large companies, they don't change packaging if they don't have to. In the past, it was consumers asking for it, but now the consumers are not so active anymore. And then we need pressure from the other side, from the PPWR. And then the business is coming up and developing.
Okay. So it's also about the right framework conditions in Europe, making it attractive to invest in these companies, and then also bigger funds, more opportunities outside Europe.
It's not just I think we still believe in the topic. We are optimists. We are doing venture capital, so we believe in the vision, which is there, because bioeconomy is not just an option; it's a must. It will come, but nobody knows how, and the level of uncertainty is high. So we believe in those kind of things, and we find great companies. However, we need to develop them. It takes a bit longer because of the high level of complexity to sell them, to bring the returns to the investors.
Yeah. Okay. So to sum up and go further on with the discussion here, I hear you really have you really see a potential here in the biosolutions sector, the bioeconomy. But still there's something missing here, and can you also talk about it? You don't have all the possibilities that actually you want to support these companies. So if you focus on now the question on what do you miss from politicians, what do you miss from European policymakers to really accelerate the green transition that you see the potential, but what do you need here? This is an open question, so
I can start. I can just echo. I think like the bioeconomy is a massive opportunity. Right now, from 50 million euro upwards, the ones having the money doesn't want to take the risk. The one who want to take the risk doesn't have the money. So there is just simply a gap there that is hard to bridge right now, and it is just going extremely fast in US, China, for example. It's just like the implementation and the commercialization of it is just with a speed that we don't see the same way in Europe, to be honest. But it is a combination of public, private, debt providers. We see definitely like stronger guarantees coming out from EU, European Investment Bank, supporting lending, taking parts of our risk so we can hand over the risk to them. And that is definitely supporting us on trying to do more. One of the cases we have done is Solar Foods in Finland, doing protein extract food that raised approximately 100 million euro. sounds as a lot, but compared to globally, it's not a lot of money. But they're a very successful Nordic company, and we have done 50 million euro to them as a debt, which was from test facility to commercialization of their facilities, heavily backed with guarantees, because that was what was needed.
Yeah.
So there are some structures, we just need more of it.
Okay.
Anyway.
I can also jump in here. We talked to pension funds to join the fund, because they know the risk of the long term. So they see, they have a long-term view, and they have all the assets. They will lose them because of climate change risks. However, we talk to them and say, look here, then you should better invest in companies, really bringing it in. However, they say, okay, we are risk averse, so bring us a risk mitigation system, then we can also believe in the opportunities.
And this is
that's
something
rational, actually. You know, that's how they do it.
Yeah. And this is also something that Draghi, he is very focused on, is how we can mobilize more of the institutional capital in Euro and unlock these investments for growth companies.
I'd like to start a little bit with the first thing you said, Kent, which was it's obvious there's a lot of opportunity in bioeconomy. But hang on, if you had been coming in here and listening to our discussion today, would you really draw that conclusion? If you read the EU Commission's roadmap from the other day, would you really feel you could see the opportunity? I think that unless you're really deeply into this, it seems a little bit, where do I start? Where is the big, okay, you said Solar Foods. I've heard about them before, by the way, some years ago. So that's right. But, you know, aside from that, I think we also need to realize that this is much harder to understand than some of the other tech fields like digital. We can all easily imagine we have it all in the pocket, or batteries that has been a big agenda for many years. I mean, if you were an investor 5 years ago seeing the IRA, right? Here's a big tax deduction if you do that, or if you do green hydrogen. I mean, that's much easier to understand than what we're talking about here. So I think the real question is also, when we turn to finance, is how do we make this accessible? And some of it is clearly, as you said, about de-risking, but I think there's also something about just kind of perhaps developing specialized venture funds that can sort of really distinguish what are the profitable ones and the less likely ones, and invest in the best things. So I think one of the things we are thinking about is, you could ask, should there, after the European Scale-Up Fund, should there be initiatives that are a little bit more focused in certain aspects of bioeconomy? Would that be a way to channel more private funding into this field? Because we also need that element of having clever money. I mean, money that do understand a lot of the biology, a lot of the very sophisticated stuff that's maybe a little bit harder to understand than it would be in say, putting up a wind turbine or some solar panels or stuff like that.
It reminds me, I was moderating, and just a comment then, I moderated a discussion this week, and it was on biotech startups, and Laura Smolja, she's a CEO at Quantum Denmark. She said, what is really the challenge and what we need to have focus in how we educate the second generation of deep tech investors. We really need to have a focus on that. So she really agree with you on that. The
this is as difficult as quantum. And do you understand quantum, where to invest it?
Yeah.
This is really hard.
Michael,
I think it's true. In the bioeconomy, you need to have a specific skill set. You need to understand how to set up a plant. You need to understand a bit of chemistry to make it running. Otherwise, it is very difficult. And for this, I think it's a very nice idea if you talk about the scale-up fund to maybe to cooperate with really funds having the expertise and the specification, doing money in areas they really know and where they're really connected in the ecosystem. And this is very powerful. So our leverage on the public money, the Horizon 20 put in our fund is 12. So that is a very leverage. So if you want to involve private money, venture capital funds, having a specific expertise are a good opportunity.
Okay. But when we are at that topic, blended finance, you also mentioned it. What do we need here? Because the scale-up fund, it is there is no first loss in that, for example, in that fund. It's pari passu, as I understand it. You are just investing on the same terms as EIB. So is it really necessary here, if we look into the capital needs of the biosolution sector, do the state need to take a high risk here, offer these kind of first loss guarantees, and that means that, for example, the state takes the first 20% of loss in a fund. You can balance that in many ways. Do you see that the member states and for example in Europe and the EU needs to step up here and offer more of these guarantees to create these funds? Is that necessary?
I guess so. This is, well, I'm talking from a completely different perspective here, right? But indeed, if we look at the Latin American landscape, it's not possible to move forward without public money, without very cheap money. And we are accessing it in different pockets. So for instance, global climate funds are a source of de-risking these sort of operations. National development banks, multilateral development banks. So I think that from the European perspective, and maybe you mentioned a couple of times Horizon 2020 and these sort of funds, it's about partnerships as well, right? And trying to make wise use of the sources to get to the projects themselves.
Yes, Jens?
So, of course, this is a tricky question in the sense that in order really to answer it, one needs to kind of put a scale. I mean, do we speak about, just putting enormous resources or something like this? Or I think the real question is, where are we today?
Yeah.
And now Cesar mentioned the book that the second one about the bio-based economy and carbon's role in all of that. And when we launched that from OECD side at the COP 2 years ago, there was a very nice remark by an American biotech entrepreneur. And she said that, over in the US, you can get enormous subsidies now under IRA for a battery factory, but it's still hard to raise the funding for a demonstration scale on bio. And I think that there's something there. I mean that, obviously there are limits to how much we can ask the governments to take on the risks. I mean, we also need investors to be risk willing in Europe and be a little bit more risk willing than we traditionally are. But I think there's definitely something about overcoming the second valley of green death. So the first one about going from lab to solution. I mean, one could see that our traditional stronghold of science, of philanthropic grants from folks like us and so forth, Horizon programs and so on, they can do that. But the second valley of death, I mean, there I think there's a very relevant discussion about the right instruments and also what should be their scale. And the point is just the starting point is extremely small. I mean, the subsidies we are speaking about in bioeconomy for a novel solution is just microscopic compared to what goes into renewable energy, what has been going into batteries and so on.
Okay. Yes.
I can also contribute. We believe we will see the unicorns in this sector. I agree, not just in Denmark, there may be spread around all across Europe. For instance, we have one, just to have a good example. So EcoRobotics is a precision fermentation company, and you can save 95 of your herbicides if you use it. So it's good business for the farmers. So they've already 50 million euros of revenue and could raise 120 million recently. So these topics are there. And we believe we will see that. We believe that we can deliver the returns LPs need. However, the level of uncertainty is high from their point of view. So it's not just, we believe we can execute, and we will. However, to convince other investors who want to put money in the fund, they are different. So the pension funds, they also believe, maybe they were unicorns. It's an exciting story. However, the level of uncertainty is a bit too high for us. So we avoid that to bring it maybe to dual use or defense, what they prefer today, because it is has a or maybe PV. It's a good example. It's also renewable energy, but it is proven business, no risk anymore, because it was carried in the past by the taxpayers' money. And today it is different, and we believe in the potential of the bioeconomy. However, we need a way to support pension funds, banks, and foundations to join those kind of funds, to back them.
Yeah. And maybe it's just to build the market up, so it's not permanently.
No.
You need to give them a guarantee.
If we have proven the unicorns, nobody will talk about.
No. But actually, one example I can mention here that is relevant is called Danish Growth Capital, and it's a funds of funds that was built during the financial crisis, and it started up with the state. They backed these loans from the pension funds that were invested in these funds of funds that invested in venture funds and private equity firms. Now they are on the Fund 4, and Danske Bank has just bought this, and it's now 100% commercial viable. And it just shows that this was new. This was new for the pension funds. So they were risk averse, and they need to be convinced that this was actually a good business. And it was a good business because the two first funds, they have given two-digit returns. So they have proved it. But the argument in the state coming in and backing the loans was quite essential for this to be established. And it was a time where there's so much uncertainty. So just an example here.
Maybe a comment?
Yeah.
Yes, supporting the views, and we're really happy for Dansk Vækstkapital in Danske Bank now. It is about fundamentally activating more institutional money towards venture, where in Europe there has not been as big of a tradition as in US of allocating towards venture. Venture is, looking at it, a quite cost-heavy structure. Returns are on tier 1 amazing. Then you have the categories underneath where the returns are not as good. So there is just some historical things to overcome, and also a little bit about the learning and understanding for the space among the asset allocation people are in the institution, around the institutional investors, to start seeing more capital flowing in. And then Dansk Vækstkapital is a great example with a guarantee from the government on Fund 1. In France, you have an amazing initiative called TIBI, the TIBI initiative, raising 7 billion euro from institutional investors to be allocated into fund of fund structures.
And it's a soft commitment from the pension funds. TIBI,
And targeting 15 billion euro. That is really something that can move something. So inspiration is to be found, but it's not easy.
Thank you. I will now move on to the last question to you, and then we'll move open up for questions for the audience. So if you could change just one enabling condition tomorrow to help the bioeconomy scale faster, what would it be and why? So one.
Forbade FX volatility, because of course this is one of the main barriers to scale up bioeconomy and other green sectors in middle-income countries and emerging markets.
Yes. Cool. Thank you.
I'd first say that when the EU Bioeconomy draft came around in our house, a lot of colleagues said, "Hey, great! How can we support?" And of course, what we hope for then is that there'll also be someone really moving the needle on faster approval.
Faster approval. Yeah. Good. Ken.
I think I'll stick to the one I just mentioned, like more institutional capital.
Yeah. And TIBI. A Danish TIBI and a European international TIBI.
Direct incentive systems for pension funds to join.
What?
To join venture capital companies.
Yeah.
That's probably necessary.
Thank you, all of you. Very good discussion. And now we have time for questions from the audience. We have about 10 minutes. So please raise your hand if you have a question, and please wait for the microphone. And introduce yourself briefly and keep your question concise so we can take a few questions. Michael, I promised her to before the, I promise her to have she has a comment here.
Yes, thank you. This is just before starting exactly the session of the questions. As I introduced myself before as one of the chairs of the World Bioeconomy Association, I just want to mention about this report that we launched about a month ago with United Nations Environment Program, and they have an initiative here exactly on climate technology progress report and let's say linking climate change with the bioeconomy. So this, I led the chapter exactly on financing and investing in bioeconomy. One of our co-authors was also from the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund. We have ECLAC, the Economic Center in Latin America. We had other authors from Brazil, and they have also one chapter that is dedicated because of the COP this year in Brazil. The chapter is dedicated to the case of Latin America. And also in the finance chapter, many of the issues that you just mentioned, it's included there. The two editors were Sarah Terp and Marie Blanche Ting, who is currently here, along with her colleague Walid Yemen. So please feel free also to come and talk to them, because I really think that this report was really important and launched just before the COP, and exactly trying to link the different technologies of the bioeconomy with the different aspects of climate change as well. So just to demonstrate what was mentioned before, the aspects of mitigation, adaptation, and all how they can be linked at a global level, but on this occasion with the focus on Latin America. So I just want to mention thank you about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, yeah.
Pitt from Vibanal, Business Development Manager, Chief Business Development Manager. So asking for a suggestion from the panelists. I'm making an imaginary case. There is a company that has been together with the CBI-GU, done the flagship, gone through the first valley of death, 150 million euro investment into lignocellulosic biorefinery, primary biomass together with the secondary biomass. Products, ethanol, drop-in, possibly to the SAF market, but it's more costly than is the used cooking oil. Glucose, to the dextrose market, to the industrial fermentation, but a little bit lower quality, and we heard that we are anyway importing lower cost raw materials from the outside. Then you have a lignin that is a very good replacement for whatever kind of fossils, but the fossil prices are down, it's the powder material, the chemical industry is not using that. Next step to scale up. Second value of the 1 billion euro per plant. To have a speed, you should do 3 at the same time, because it takes from the land plot saving to commissioning 6 years. It's a private equity-based SME, so how we get it done in Estonia or Europe? Any suggestions?
Yeah, I think you should first of all collect off-take agreements, showing that you have good margins on the product, and having a good demonstration plant in place, which is already producing and making good revenues. If you have all this in place, you can raise, and you can raise successfully.
Any other?
No, I think it's like a great example of spot on the problems and some of the things that we have to overcome in Europe of having things like that scale with the amount of funding that you are looking for. So it is not easy to the steps you have to take here. That's for sure. There's a lot of relationship building as well in this, getting contact to the right people, the decision makers, getting them to really understand and feel what it is, to create some kind of a momentum around the company itself, but also what you do, and really educating around specifically your product. what is it does, what can it solve, why is it better, in a way. Yeah.
Thanks, David Newman here. What we're really talking about here is circular carbon, isn't it? Renewable circular carbon. So how can we make carbon circular when EU countries are giving 200 billion euro a year to fossil fuel industry in incentives and subsidies? There's a bit of a contradiction there, isn't there? How can we make carbon circular when we incentivate incineration and not recycling, not composting? So we have some fundamental contradictions in EU policy here, which is going to mean that he will never get that investment because it will never add up. So the elephants in the room have to be confronted. And I sometimes feel that we dance around them.
Any good answers to that?
That's
Or
true.
you just agree, or?
Yeah, we agree. So you need to raise fossil-based resources, the price of fossil-based resources significantly to have a fair competitive situation.
Yeah.
Because we cannot, in the fossil-based industries, you don't include the externalities because it's just not there. You just pollute, and the future will pay for it. In the bioeconomy products, it's included. So there we have an unfair disadvantage here,
Okay.
which needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
I agree.
Are there more questions?
Thank you. Dirk Carré, Director of the Bio-Based Industries. I can sit down. Industries Consortium. I think we discuss a lot about actions, and it's a bit of a chicken and an egg discussion we always have. We will invest if there is a market, and there is a market if, I think we really have to start to discuss some actions that we can do, maybe some actions on the shorter term, and there will be some actions on the longer term. And just give an idea. We're talking about the first value of that, the scaling up phase, let's say. I mean, we have a lot of instruments in Europe already, but sometimes I'm saying we have too many instruments, because if you are a single SME, you can go to the EIB, and in the EIB they have several instruments, and they have loans, and they have guarantees, and they have the EIC with a lot of programs. You have then, let's say, the regional fund, the support for the regions coming from Europe. If you are a single SME, a small SME somewhere in the middle of nowhere, you have even no idea where to go. On top of that, all the conditions are different. So, I mean, very difficult, and the amounts are different. So why not starting to make access to what exists already easier, so that for an SME, for startup, because we talk about startups, small companies. Often, by the way, in Europe, it's a professor that then is continuing his baby. So what we also need are more, let's say, professional entrepreneurs, because scale up is not only about, continuing what you do in the lab, it's also about attracting finance, it's developing the market, and it's take care that your product is cost competitive at a certain moment. So, but first of all, on the shorter term, let's see how can we make access to what exists already easier. And then in the second step, we can see, can we have additional instruments? By the way, same for the second part. The second value of that, where you need, as you just explained, huge amounts of money. We have a lot of venture capitalists, but a lot of them are only active on the very regional level. There is no single market in Europe for risk capital. All the venture capitalists are active, sometimes even in a region. And on top of that, why indeed we talk a lot about blended funding. What we really also need is a platform where we bring together venture capitalists, banks, instruments, risk-sharing instruments, advisors, so that at least we can have this kind of mixed support. And this is, let's say, the lower-hanging fruit, but we can start already. If you want then to involve, let's say, additional funding, pension funds, that's more the longer term. But let's go step by step, and let's see what we can also already do on the shorter term to make access easier. And then indeed, the major problem is the market, because if you are an investor, you want return on investment. And that's a bit, I hear you need off-take agreements, but if there's no market demand, it's very difficult. So that's a chicken and an egg discussion that we have already for 20 years, by the way. 20 years ago, I was a member of the Lead Market Initiative. I repeat, Lead Market Initiative for bio-based products, 20 years ago. And the main conclusions were public procurement, incentives, and mandates. And I think 14 years ago, I was a member of the high-level expert group for bio-based products. And the conclusions were we need mandates, incentives, and public procurement. And in, let's say, last week, I have seen in the strategy, we need procurement, incentives, and mandates, lead markets again. So it's very nice to talk about it, but we really have to do something. We really have to implement it. Otherwise, it's these chicken and egg discussions we are already, performing for years and years and years. But let's start with some, let's say, actions, low-hanging fruits, step by step. Otherwise, we will just continue to talk about this.
Do you agree? We have a lot of possibilities, but the companies don't know the possibilities, and we don't implement things.
Yeah. So it's a common. I think the first value of that is to be also on the positive side. I think a lot of things is happening there. Yeah. A lot of VCs are being created. I think we went from in the Nordic or in Denmark from like 3 VCs until seed stage 2019, 2020 to now we have around I think 25 to 30. Like the early stage funding is there regionally, but also in Europe, and it's maturing. You also see grants, you see a lot of initiatives of bringing technology and innovation out of universities into companies. It's the second fast phase now where I definitely see a lot of problems. So these VCs investing early, what is the exit opportunities? Where should these companies grow? Can they stay in Europe, or do they have to look to US, Asia to get the money that they need?
We invest all the time. So that's what we're doing. I mean, we invested already in 25 companies, and we try to develop them, to exit them, which is a bit demanding right at the moment because of the market conditions. But of course, we do. And we see the potential, and we take action.
Yes, Jens.
So it's hard to answer in a very short way. I think where I would like to take my 5 cents is that we shouldn't be too pessimistic in Europe. I mean, we have been in the lead on many things on the green agenda, and many of these solutions we're talking about here are related to green issues. I think what is really our challenge is that we need to realize that in that sort of domain going forward, we are facing fierce competition. So sometimes maybe there are programs that we should just say, just cut it. I mean, just end it. Let's get something that really works, and let's scale it up a bit, and let's think more European.
Thank you. And I can just mention that 20 years ago, we didn't have DI biosolutions. So something is also happening here in Denmark. Well, we need to close this session now and this roundtable. For me, a few key messages stand out. First is that finance is the key enabler of scale, turning bio-based ideas into industrial realities. The second one is collaborations between public, private, and philanthropic actors is really essential to de-risk and accelerate investment. And really, pension funds and institutional capital is really important here. And on behalf of the World Bioeconomy Association, DI Biosolutions, and the European Biosolutions Coalition, I would like to thank our speakers here and also our keynote for some very good discussions and a good presentation. And now I will give the word back to our organizer, Jukka Kantola. You will wrap it up and introduce the very final speaker of the day, Nana Kofod, who is a youth ambassador to the EU Bioeconomy. Thank you.
Yeah. If you talk this, we are raising.
That was very insightful discussion. That maybe we carry on after this. That what I was expecting. That also about this. When we have a look on this, let's say global financing point of view, and that was mentioned also in the Christian's presentation that there's always sort of handicap on bio solutions. They are more expensive than the fossil-based. And that and I remember that discussion G20 last year. Then there was a discussion about sustainable financing. And sustainable finance is already today something like $6 trillion. $6 trillion. And more or less it's based on intervention. It's based on intervention. And if you have a look on that, what does it entail? It's about these windmills or solar panels, and all that sort of thing. There are mechanisms in place, and it's very much climate change mitigation. Now, when it comes to another part of sustainable finance, it's about the biodiversity financing, and there are also mechanisms in place. And there's a biodiversity COP, which is running these mechanisms forward. In that respect, I do see very, let's say helpful that there's now this COP30 took up the bioeconomy as a same type of sort of phenomenon, which is now understood globally. And that paves a way that there may be one day there's a sort of opportunity to setting up the global financing mechanisms. It's based on the intervention, as it is today, to sustainable finance. 6 trillion, that's quite a lot. If you have a look at all, let's say, economy values, about 100 trillion. So it's already remarkable. And hopefully we will see some developments on that field on the coming years to come through this bioeconomy challenge. But we have still one talk. Nana Koefoed, Youth Ambassador to EU Bioeconomy, will share her thoughts on this, what we have discussed today. So Nana, please.
In a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope that's fine. All right. Yes. I hope this is already on. I did not check. Okay. Perfect. Good. All right. Thank you all very much for inviting me here today as the voice of youth. I know you've all been sitting for quite some time now, so I will try to keep this short, clear, and hopefully energizing. So what really stands out to me when I'm here today, and what really excites me, is that it seems all of us agree on one thing, which is that the bioeconomy is one of the strongest business opportunities of our time, and it's honestly foolish not to invest in it. So during the next few minutes, I will give a little bit of youth perspective to that. Yeah. Across the world, things are shifting. At COP30, we saw the bioeconomy finally make it into the climate conversation, which is huge. And don't worry, it doesn't mean that global politics suddenly became fast and simple. They didn't. But it's important because the world finally seems to see what a lot of you in this room already see. If we keep delaying, we are actively choosing a more expensive and a more chaotic future. And as we all know, those who act first will get to shape the market, the standards, the technologies, and also the partnerships. And let's be clear. No region has all of the answers. But it's important to know that no region needs to. The bioeconomy will never be a story about one region or one country winning. It only scales when we collaborate, when we share solutions and learn from each other. And we build systems that are flexible and fit different cultures, different landscapes, different economic realities. And I think that came through very well on today's panels, where you talked about how to build the products that we need, but also how to fund them. And honestly, I think we all agree that that is where it all comes to life. It doesn't matter if we have perfect strategies or perfect policies if we don't figure out how to put them to use in the real life. So with that said, I think there's also another layer that I need to address to all of you, which is we need people who will actually make it work. So you need people who can run biorefineries and who can operate these new fancy fermentation facilities. You also need engineers, farmers, foresters who feel included in the conversation and not pushed aside. You need local communities who trust this transition, and you need young people who actually can believe in the future that we're building. And that is where I come in and my generation comes in. We are not subject matter experts yet, but we are really good at something else. We connect across borders, across cultures, across disciplines. We grew up collaborating not because someone told us to, but because that is just how the world works for us. And we move, we mix, and we learn from each other. Really important. This diversity mixing into creativity. And that is really our superpower. And if you want a strong global bioeconomy, you really need to involve us. You need to involve the young people who are partners in this. That's really what we should be. Not tokens, not decorations. We should be partners in building this future. We are here already, so please, I urge you to use us and include us. And then there is the simple truth that I think all of you in this room know a lot better than anyone else. The bioeconomy is not only good for climate and competitiveness. It builds new value chains in the global south. It keeps rural regions alive. It is more fair, more transparent, and it treats the planet a whole lot better than anything else we've previously offered it. And now with the new EU Bioeconomy Strategy and similar strategies emerging worldwide, I'm very happy to say, we actually have the tools to move forward now with purpose. And that means we have clearer rules, we have faster authorization pathways, blended finance to de-risk projects. That's been a really huge topic today, and I'm happy to see it. And we have these industrial symbiosis models that actually work. And of course, a growing global focus on skills and sharing knowledge. And if we use these tools properly, the bioeconomy becomes something we build at scale. Not just pilots, not just demonstrations, but real supply chains making real impact for real people. And I want to close with a little something else here. The bioeconomy will not grow because we hope it will. It will grow because people like you in this room decide to take it seriously, to invest smartly, to collaborate even when it is uncomfortable, and to stop waiting for clear certainty or absolute certainty, but act with what we know and what we have now. My generation is ready to help. We really want to. We don't want to be tokens, we want to be co-creators of these systems that we will inherit, because we will live with the consequences. And we want a world where bioeconomy is not a niche or a trend, but just how the world works. So thank you, and I hope to see a lot of you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to you all to participate into this roundtable today. Seems to be I have 1 minute to go. Am I right? Yeah. But nevertheless, this declaration is done. This is now okay. I said that okay in the morning. It is prepared by World Bioeconomy Association together with DI Biosolutions. So if you have any interest to support that, you could endorse that through the social media or once we are getting that on our website. The main points of it are here. So as we discussed it, okay, in the morning and these panel discussions, so that okay, the bioeconomy is entering into the global arena. So that's a good thing. There's a sort of joint stock taking that what do we mean by the concept of the bioeconomy, and that's very, very important. We haven't seen that okay, the COP is already having the 13th round since 1992. Biodiversity is having now the 17th round, and I think for the bioeconomy it was only the first round what was taken up now in the COP30. So it's good developments as such. So there's a joint understanding on it, and it's not only the COP. There are also another international organization who are keeping that up high on agenda. We heard about FAO today. We heard about UNEP. Thanks to Rocio to bringing that up. So it is known as a phenomenon and it's important. And I would then emphasize that here in the EU we shouldn't then reinvent the wheel. So we should then line on that what has been discussed already within the COP, because by collaborating it makes the bioeconomy only stronger to develop further. So there are some enabling conditions. Okay, we talk about the predictability of these policies. So certainly that's the must for all investors that enter into this market area. And scalable financing, so that was discussed also in this afternoon session. And I really do hope that, now within this bioeconomy challenge, there are 4 thematic areas. And the second thematic area is really indeed on the financing mechanisms on global level. And that is conducted by Inter-American Development Bank, and there are many other multi-governmental banks who are then engaged into this exercise. So please have a look on this declaration and let us or DI Biosolution to know if you have any interest to support. We will take some of these topics up also tomorrow when there's this EU Council and EU Commission bio event. So hopefully see as many as possible you also on that event. So thanks for joining into this. Thanks for our online viewers as well. So have a good day and stay healthy. Thank you.
Tomorrow.